The Senate Committee on State Affairs will come to order. We had heard invited testimony on Senate Bill 946. We'll now open public testimony. So we'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 946. And the chair calls Ed Johnson, Alice Yee, Lynn Boswell, and Steve Snell. Again, on Senate Bill 946, the chair calls Ed Johnson, Alice Yee, Lynn Boswell, and Steve Snell. If anyone else wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 946, please register at the kiosk outside the doors here in the back of the chamber. On Senate Bill 946, and welcome, and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes, members of the committee. My name is Lynn Boswell. I'm a trustee of the Austin Independent School District, and I'm testifying on behalf of the district. The district opposes SB 946. Prior to the legislative session, the Board of Trustees unanimously adopted priorities, including opposition to legislation regarding bond elections that limits dates upon which elections may be held or creates additional requirements for voter-approved tax rate elections and bond elections. Senate Bill 946 seeks to move all bond elections to November, a break from current law that authorizes a school district to choose from two election dates, May or November. School boards elected by their communities need that flexibility and discretion to serve students, taxpayers, and voters. And for that reason, I oppose this bill. A choice of dates helps districts accommodate future growth or the need to maintain aging facilities by taking a bond election to the voters at a time that is best suited to needs and planning processes. There are unique challenges facing school districts in Central Texas. At Austin ISD, aging facilities require using precious M&O dollars to repair leaking roofs, aging air conditioning, and other problems that can interfere with learning. Last year, we spent about $12 million in repairs that simply kept the doors open, an amount equal to a 2% raise for all AISD teachers. Our successful bond election will allow us to reduce those costs so funds can remain in the classroom. This will help us create a safer and more usable system of public schools for our children to inherit. Like most of Texas, our city is surrounded by fast-growth school districts that are adding thousands of students a year, and they need bonds to accommodate that growth. To do that, school boards need flexibility to call bond elections so they can be billed at the appropriate time and capture the best market rates. Passage of SB 946 would tie the hands of both districts like Austin ISD with aging facilities and fast-growth districts like our neighbors, and we ask that you oppose this bill. It would also impact other governmental entities and raise the cost of borrowing and construction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My understanding is one of your elementary schools is one of the oldest, I think, and it's kind of not far from here, down 15th on the left. I forget the name of it, but it's so old that the safety requirements that I understand, I think the TEA just came out with some minimum safety standards. My understanding, it's about a $2 billion price tag statewide. Does the current safety allotment that the state provides Austin ISD cover all of the expenditures you make for safety?
Thank you for that question, Senator. We have aging schools. We have schools that are more than 100 years old. Safety was a big piece of our bond. We're adding vestibules where we don't have them, well beyond what the allotment provides. There's a school near here that is just south on Congress Avenue that has a cornerstone in its library that has a 1911 date on it. Part of the building is that old, and those schools simply weren't built for modern learning or modern safety. And so we need the ability to pass bonds so that we can ensure that safety for students, and the diversity of districts around our state really requires that.
Are you familiar with the fact that a few school districts have recently lost their bond elections? And some can say, due in part to say there's a phrase that the state mandates that you add, this constitutes a tax increase, whether it does or doesn't. And one of our school districts in Bexar County, Judson ISD, had a very small bond election just for safety issues, and it lost. So your concern, what you're testifying, is that moving it to November would potentially politicize what you're just needing to improve safety in buildings and make elections to take care of non-political issues, just the buildings. Is that what?
Agreed with that. And I think the decision to have an election in May or November in part also depends on how well you can communicate with the community. And sometimes having many of our districts, Austin ISD holds our trustee elections in November, but many districts hold their trustee elections in May when people are paying a great deal of attention to what's happening in schools. And sometimes it's easier to cut through the noise. There's so much to talk about in November with all the races. Sometimes you can communicate better with the community when you can hold an election in May when a school is really the focus of everything. So yes, sometimes the flexibility is needed for many reasons.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you.
Thank you for answering. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My next, yes, thank you, Chairman Hughes. Steve Snell, Superintendent of Schools for Liberty Hill ISD. Right up the road, I'm here today representing Liberty Hill ISD. I'm representing the Fast Growth Schools Coalition, and I'm representing the Texas Association of School Administrators. So thank you for your time, and thank you for taking on all the election bills you're taking on. I think all the discussions are needed and worthwhile. When it comes to this Senate bill, we are against it, and we are against it for many reasons. In addition to the challenges that fast growth schools have, we represent about 80% of the schools. Growth in Texas. And I want to talk about Liberty Hill in particular so y'all can get an idea for that. So we passed a bond in May of 2021. We were growing at about 1,000 kids a year. After our bond passed, we grew at 23.5%. So a school district of 5,500 students went to 7,000 over the summer, creating extreme capital needs. In addition, we see all the other problems. We see delay in materials, delay in labor, and extreme inflation. We're seeing inflation to 2 to 3, even up as 4% a month, which on our current bond is 40% increase over that. So we definitely, fast growth schools definitely need the flexibility to pivot a little bit quicker than once a year for our elections. We also need that flexibility. When you think about a school bond, it takes several months to engage your community, assess the needs of your school, and move forward towards that bond election. And then there's months of preparation to get the voters out to the polls, to engage in that civic duty, to make sure they have all the information needed. I heard some testimony earlier talking about this bill simplifies the process down to one election. And I would argue against that. I would say there's nothing simple about a school bond and the amount of data and work that goes into that reaching the needs. I also think it's much easier on the voters. Is that my time?
You can finish that thought. Thanks.
Okay, I was just going to say it's much easier on the time, but I was going to talk about safety and the increase to the debt based on the delay in the vote is one of my biggest worries, that an effort to simplify the process will cost our taxpayers millions of dollars in inflation and construction costs.
Well, thanks for your testimony. Sir, is there any questions for the witnesses? Thank you both for being here. Thank you very much. Anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 946? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. The bill is left pending at this time.
Whenever you recognize me.
Chair lays out Senate Bill 2451, 2451, recognizes its author, Senator Menendez, to explain the measure.
Thank you very much, Chairman Hughes. Members, Senate Bill 2451 is a very straightforward fix to an issue for our older adults trying to vote by mail. As you may know, one of the main groups of people eligible to vote by mail are adults over the age of 65. And if you haven't had the pleasure of voting by mail, let me tell you, those forms are printed in very small and compact. And for adults who are dealing with vision impairment, this vote by mail privilege is not as accessible as I believe we would all want it to be. Some common issues that contribute to older adults' vote by mail ballots being rejected include small font size, not enough room to fill out personal information, confusing placement of terminology, like the placement of the voter registration letters VUID adjacent to where they're putting their ID number. This bill simply aims to fix these issues by requiring the font size to be at least 10 points or larger, requiring at least 1.5 inches of height in the space to fill out their personal information, the prohibition of the placement of the letters VUID next to the ID input space, including a notice that the voter registration ID is not an acceptable form of ID in order to help prevent errors in voting. Members, I'm going to need to follow up with a committee sub that will simply make this a ledge council draft. We don't have that as of this moment, but we do have only two invited witnesses with us today, Ms. Karen Marshall, who served as an alternate judge for the early voting ballot board of Bexar County for the November 2022 election, and Ms. Sue Wilson, who is with the Texas Silver-Haired Legislature. This bill is very important to them and to many older Texans who they are here representing today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions, members, for the author? Very well. We'll open testimony and call Karen Marshall.
Okay. If Ms. Wilson's not here, it's okay. We can try. We can. Sue Wilson, that's who we had listed.
And the chair calls Sue Wilson. Sue Wilson. Ms. Marshall, have a seat anywhere.
Today may not have been a good day, but that's okay.
Ms. Wilson, we don't have your registration. We want to hear from you, but before you leave, will you make sure we have all your information?
Okay, I must have filled it out right, because I hit submit and I thought it went.
No problem. That happens sometimes.
Ms. Wilson, the font may not have been big enough.
Yeah, that could have been it.
That's a reality. But I will fill it.
All right. Welcome, Ms. Marshall. Welcome back. Whenever you're all set up there, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hello, committee. Thank you very much. And in regards to the VUID, in case that wasn't clear, the clerk will be passing out the sample envelopes. The thing is that VUID appears right next to the ID line. What these folks couldn't read was that what it says in Spanish is, do not put your VUID. Well, the only letters they could read were those 4 letters next to the line. So oftentimes they were putting their VUID because that's what they thought it said, and those were the only letters they could read because it's so small. So if we could just move those 4 letters to somewhere else on the envelope, that would be huge. Oh, my name is Karen Marshall, and I am testifying for SB 2451 because our ballot by mail envelopes are like the horse that was designed by committee, a camel. On the ballot board, we must reject envelopes of voters who failed to include all the correct information required. The majority of people who utilize ballots by mail are over 65. But the instructions and information on the ballot by mail envelope is not printed senior friendly. It is crammed with information the legislature mandates be provided to these voters. So these are just samples of as if envelopes, because obviously I couldn't get envelopes because those are election property. So these are just printed off of the SOS website. But if it is so important, if this information is so important, then voters need to be able to read it. Currently, senior voters struggle to read the instructions and understand what they need to write there. When they can't make it out and guess incorrectly, their vote gets delayed and then oftentimes rejected. If a voter can't read the instructions for themselves, they either have to guess or trust someone else to tell them what to do. I saw too many ballot envelopes signed by witnesses or assistants who either did not write their own information correctly or apparently did not provide adequate assistance because the voter's information was not written correctly. Please make it more possible for seniors to successfully read and vote their mail-in ballots by making the instructions print no smaller than a 10-point font size. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and committee members. My name is Sue Wilson. I'm a lifelong Texan, born and raised in San Antonio. I moved to Austin to come up here to go to college, and like many, stayed once I got finished. And I'm now a licensed master social worker. I own a very small business. I am a registered voter of Travis County, and in my third term as a representative of the Texas Silver-Haired Legislature, representing the capital area. I currently serve as the chair of the Silver-Haired Legislative Action Committee. The Texas Silver-Haired Legislature is a voluntary, nonpartisan statewide organization of advocates operating without public funds. We were authorized in 1985 by the 69th Texas Legislature under Governor Mark White and are elected and appointed to 2-year terms. The work of the Silver-Haired Legislature centers around passage of adopted Silver-Haired Legislature priorities in the Texas Legislature, which enhance the well-being of seniors. It continues to be our belief that effective and lasting solutions to problems result from involvement of those most closely related to the problems. Representing and enhancing the voice of older Texas residents is why I came today in support of Senate Bill 2451, relating to personal information entered on the carrier envelope of a ballot to be voted by mail. The issue of many Texans, older Texans in particular, is not being able to adequately see the mail-in ballot application and the actual mail-in ballot and outer envelope. It became an issue for my husband and I during COVID-19, and the number of older voters in Texas is approximately 5.5 million and growing. And many, if not most of us, are affected by presbyopia. Our ability to visually focus on close-up items combined with our arms seemingly getting shorter make it difficult, if not impossible, for many of us to read the fine print on the mail-in ballot application and mail-in ballots. From personal experience with readers on, I still needed to find and use a magnifying glass to read the various elements of the mail-in ballot. After some toil, we were able to complete the ballot applications and send them off. We did receive our mail-in ballots and used them to mail in our votes during the most recent presidential election. As my husband's macular degeneration has gotten worse, we found it easier to go to a nearby polling place at an off hour and either get help for him from a poll worker or for me to sign required paperwork so that I may read the electronic ballot to him and help him cast his ballot. The mail-in ballot application and actual ballot and outer envelope are both confusing and impossible to read. The issue of readability is critical to many senior voters, especially those who have a reduced ability to visually focus up close. Of the 54 resolutions that were researched, debated, and adopted by the Texas Silver-Haired Legislature, we rank ordered the readability, to increase the readability of the application and mail by vote documentation to reduce the rejection rate as our third priority. So 3 out of 54. Obviously, Senate Bill 2451 bill is considered by the Texas Silver-Haired Legislature to be critical to many eligible senior Texas voters. we ask that the Texas Legislature require that the printed font size of mail-in voting material be maximized with only black print on white paper, and the return ballot envelope size be maximized to make all information readable for the qualified voters without increasing the postage cost beyond one first-class stamp to the voter. Senate Bill 2451 comes with no fiscal impact according to the LBB and will better enable the voice and the vote of many older Texas voters with aging vision. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you both for taking your time to be here with us today. Quick question for Ms. Marshall. Did you find, as an alternate judge, when you were in Bexar County looking at these ballots, that due to some mistakes on this form that ballots were rejected?
Yes, sir, we had to, because when people would write those, if people would write their VUID next to where it says VUID, then they weren't putting their driver's license number or their social security number. So we had to reject those, ultimately many.
And then at that time, the process is currently that you call them to have them cure. And I think your testimony from last week was that many times they didn't want to bother a loved one, they didn't drive, and so in essence, they lost their right to vote.
Correct. I can count on maybe one hand out of hundreds how many of them were able to get into the office in the allotted time in order to make their vote count.
Well, I want to thank you for helping senior citizens have their right vote to account, their eligible right to vote counted, and helping them be able to be part of the process that they've probably been part of the process their whole lives.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony. Thanks for being here. We'll open public testimony, and the chair calls Valerie DeBill, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, and Ed Johnson. Again, on Senate Bill 2451, the chair calls Valerie DeBill, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, Ed Johnson. Those are. We can. We're going to leave these bills pending, so there may be other opportunities. But thank you. So, anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2451. Hearing none. Bills left pending at this time. Public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. Are you on, what bill were you here to testify on?
2451.
Very good. Tell me your name again.
Charles Cruz, CREWS.
Gotcha, right there. So let's, we've closed public testimony. We will open that back up and bring up as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 2451, and you're recognized to testify. Give us your name when you testify and your testimony.
Appreciate your time. My name is Charles Cruz, CREWS. I'm here from Baytown, Texas, in Harris County, to advocate in favor of this bill, which I expect to serve to expand voter turnout and improve voter turnout. And I appreciate your time. That's it. Appreciate y'all. Please vote yes.
Hey, thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions? Very well. Thanks for testifying. Anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2451? 2451. Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time. The chair lays out Senate Bill 1070. Senate Bill 1070. Remember, Senate Bill 1070 deals with the interstate cross-check program. Back in the 84th legislature, Senate Bill 795 required the state to participate in an interstate cross-check system. At that time, Texas joined what was called the Interstate Cross-Check Program, a free service offered to other states, had 27 states at its height, and organized by the Kansas Secretary of State to maintain voter roll lists. That was back in 2015. This program checked for duplicate voter registrations and cross-checked over 100 million voters to prevent double voting. This system did ultimately end. Still, the law required Texas to participate in an interstate cross-check system. So in 2020, Texas joined ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information Center, as the only remaining qualifying organization to comply with the law. Many Texans and folks across the country, but in particular Texas, are concerned about the security of voter information flowing to this national organization, also about the high cost associated with it. Again, the previous program we were in was free, and also concerned that it's just not leading to significant progress cleaning the voter rolls. And so almost everyone agrees we do need some sort of an interstate cross-check system. And so Senate Bill 1070 does not require that we withdraw from ERIC, but it does place parameters on Texas participation in a cross-check system. Under this bill, the state can cooperate with other states to develop a public system, or we can participate in a private system. Any private system Texas uses would have to meet certain cost metrics, including a maximum ongoing cost of $1 per voter identified. You've probably also heard that the Texas Secretary of State is endeavoring to set up such a system based in Texas. A number of states have already expressed interest in that. And so this bill would allow Texas the flexibility to do that as well. That's what the bill does, and I'll yield for your questions. We'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 1070, and the chair calls Alan Vera, Bill King, Dr. Susan Carranza, Jim Kovarik, and Lori Gallagher. Again, there's Mr. Vera. We're looking for Bill King, Dr. Susan Carranza, Jim Kovarik, Lori Gallagher, Elizabeth Garretts, Katya Arisman. Elizabeth Garretts, Katya Arisman, Valerie DeBill. Chair calls Valerie DeBill. Rue Tuo. Again, we're looking for Bill King, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Jim Kovarik. We have Alan Vera. We're looking for Lori Gallagher, Elizabeth Garretts, Katya Arisman, Valerie DeBill, Rue Tuo, and Alice Yee. And the chair calls Charles Cruz. Mr. Cruz was here a few minutes ago. Charles Cruz, Jeff Clay, and Lucy Trainer. Charles Cruz, Jeff Clay, Lucy Trainer. And the chair calls Dana Myers. Dana Myers and Debbie Duke. Dana Myers and Debbie Duke. And the chair calls Ed Zenner, Liz Case Pickens, Aaron Pardera. Again, Ed Zenner, Liz Case Pickens, Aaron Pardera. Well, let's get started. Thank you each for coming. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name's Jim Kovarik. I'm a private citizen. I've been
Get a little closer so we can hear you.
Okay. I've been a enterprise software and operating system software engineer for 40 years, and I'm for this bill. My only problem is it doesn't do enough. As I got introduced to this thing called ERIC, I found no evidence that ERIC is being used. And this morning's testimony proves it. All the complaints of the voter rolls means it's not being used. And then I found it's not usable. There is no interface. The state uploads private data, and there is no online interface for any of the counties, anybody to get to it. The only way you access ERIC data is you send a request for a certain type filter query, and they'll send you a spreadsheet file, and then the state goes through all the manual re-verification if the data is valid. And ERIC's, well, I'll go to this bill. This bill needs to learn the lesson from the abject failure of a system like ERIC. As a software engineer, I am totally embarrassed by what those guys did. One of the design guys is an excellent, but what they did is block all access to the state. So the state uploads data, but they can't get to it, they can't verify what's there, nothing. And then all the security and issues that this new bill, it tries to tie up the mistakes done with signing up with ERIC. It needs to go further.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Vera, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of SB 1070. This bill will allow Texas to improve both the effectiveness and the cost-effectiveness of our interstate voter cross-check program versus the current ERIC association. Our current approach is neither effective nor cost-effective. It is impossible to know the official number of voter registration records that have been flagged by ERIC because the ERIC membership agreement forbids the Secretary of State from allowing citizens access to that data. But from their public appearances, we know the Secretary of State claims ERIC has identified 100,000 voter registration records in 2 years. In Harris County alone, in October and November, using alternate systems from the private sector, we identified 380,000 questionable records in 60 days. To this point, Texas has spent $1,500,000 on ERIC to generate 100,000 registered voter registration flags. That's $15 a record, which is ridiculous. The effort we did in Harris County for October, November 2020 cost us .0002 per record, 0.2 of a cent per record. When we loaded up the actual voter roster from the November election and ran that back to these systems, we got over 100,000 questionable voters at 2 cents a record. The fact is that there are significantly better alternatives to ERIC. ERIC's not working, it costs too much, and so we recommend that this committee give favorable report on Senate Bill 1070 to the full Senate so we can get Texas back on the right track. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Clay, and I want to speak in favor of SB 1070. I'm retired from the U.S. Air Force. I have a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and a master's in computer engineering. I've worked for over 20 years developing software, hardware, using and operating classified and unclassified networks, contract management, and I've also done network computer defense for the Air Force. Our voter rolls and election systems are not secure and cannot be verified due to the closed, proprietary nature of the systems and the processes we use. Electronic Registration Information Center, or ERIC, was supposed to clean our voter rolls from duplicate, deceased, and moved voters. However, nobody knows if this happened or not. According to Secretary of State data, the percentage of voter turnout compared to voting age population in Texas has not risen appreciably since ERIC was put in place in 2019. ERIC also requires Texas to provide all information required to steal the identity of unregistered voters and then possibly register those voters and use the proprietary voting machines to allow these phantom voters to vote in our elections. Without real insight into the processes, machines, and verification, we may never know if these potential voting fraud schemes have been or are being used to influence our elections. Claims have been made that ERIC has cleaned many voters from our rolls and increased their accuracy, but the extreme agreement to join ERIC prevents any data being released without a court order, even if that data is releasable under the Texas Public Information Act. This kind of secrecy breeds distrust and fuels the fire for conspiracy theories, preventing the truth from reaching the public. If SB 1070 includes measures to ensure release of all changes, updates, and contents of Texas voter rolls to the public, it will move the voter rolls and maintenance from the black box of secrecy into the light where we can see it.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll go back over here to the far, your right, my left. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Katya Erzman. I'm the Voting Rights Program Manager at Common Cause Texas, and we are actually against SB 1070. I do want to thank the committee for hearing testimony. I know it's going to be a long day, but we want to oppose this bill in part because states leaving ERIC and creating their own independent form of registration interstate compact creates potential for election fraud and worse list maintenance. We saw this in Florida on the same day that they backed out of the National Voter Fraud Database of ERIC. A man was accused of voting twice in 2020, which is as part as to why list maintenance is actually a detriment, to a detriment whenever we do leave interstate compacts like ERIC. The conservatives and GOP have for years demanded results from ERIC and produced states withdrawing from the compact, which only undercuts efforts to keep voter rolls clean and prevent illegal voting. Actually, in the House Elections Committee a few weeks ago, representatives from the Secretary of State's office said that currently counties have the best voter registration list that they have ever been because, in part, we are in a program like ERIC. And ERIC was applauded by organizations and conservatives and Democrats alike as a nonpartisan interstate system. Senate Bill 1070 impacts the national interstate registration and data sharing to cross-check, which is why it's important to highlight conservative secretaries of states like Brad Raffensperger, who said that systems like ERIC are important as a national tool for election administrators to help prevent people from being registered in and trying to vote in multiple states. Earlier bills heard today, like Senate Bill 260, highlighted the exact reason as to why staying in ERIC would be helpful, insofar as it ensures that a state program to make sure that we're participating in would allow for checks on if a student is now registered in a new state, it makes sure that that data sharing is more compatible. Finally, just to kind of reiterate a point that was made by a previous testimony, we strongly support access to transparency and good government, but creating an independent version of ERIC as a Texas system is not the solution. We should be improving access through the Texas Public Information Act and not passing 1070.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hello. My name is Erin Perdero, and I am the election lead for County Citizens Defending Freedom in Travis County. And I am here to speak for the bill of 1070. Mainly because the current system that we have is not secure and it is also ineffective. We would like for the next system, thank you for thinking of having another one, to demonstrate that it can actually catch the ineligible voters that we have. We have a volunteer system in our organization, and one of our volunteers has been able to detect 98,000 ineligible voters in Travis County alone. So what we have right now isn't working, and we're grateful that there are people interested in finding something that does work. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. Now, if I called your name earlier and there wasn't room for you at the table, please come on down. We have called the names of each of the witnesses who've registered, and so come on down, please. And I'll just say, if there's anyone, is there anyone present who wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1070? If so, make sure we have you registered. And if I've already called your name, come on down and have a seat at the table. Ms. Traynor, come on down. We got you. We're ready. We're on Senate Bill 1070. I realize there are multiple hearings, and so members and witnesses will be in and out today. We're okay with. That's fine. That's fine. Senate Bill 1070. All right. Well, Ms. Trainor's getting she just got here, so if you're ready, we'll go ahead and start here in the middle. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Hughes and Senators. I'm breathing heavy from running from the last meeting. So my name is Debbie Duke. I'm the SREC for SD 22, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and on behalf of the Republican Party of Texas in full support of SB 1070. The current election code, which was effective in 2015, Section 18062, Interstate Voter Registration Cross-Check Program, is to maintain a statewide voter roll registration list and prevent duplication of registration in more than one state or jurisdiction. The Secretary of State shall cooperate with other states and jurisdictions to develop systems to compare voters, voter history, voter registration lists, and identify voters whose addresses have changed. And that's it. That's the end of the law. Whew, gotta catch my breath. In March of 2020, Texas joined the Electronic Registration Information Center, ERIC, effectively outsourcing the maintenance of our voter rolls to a 501(c) NGO, compromising transparency and accountability at a monetary cost of $1.5 million taxpayer dollars. At its height, ERIC had 33 states, but recently 8 states have withdrawn due to concerns. ERIC claims to assist states in improving the accuracy of America's voter rolls and increasing access to voter registration for all eligible citizens. Voter registration is not part of the ERIC law, yet it is a requirement of ERIC membership agreement and the largest part of the cost of this agreement. 2 big things. The voter registration, or the voter roll cleaning, is only encouraged, not required. I would argue that it's questionable if the list ERIC provides to the Secretary of State is of much value at all, since it is our 254 counties that have to be responsible for the voter rolls. ERIC's membership agreement does require its member states to provide an expansive amount.
You can finish that sentence. Finish that thought. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Dr. Dana Myers of Harris County, and I am the Vice Chairman of the Republican Party of Texas, but I am here as a Texan. I fully support Senate Bill 1070. The people of Texas deserve fair and transparent elections. That is part of the foundation of our great republic. A critical element of that foundation is a true and correct voter roll. Section 18.062 of our election code requires us to participate in a voter cross-check program to maintain the state voter list and prevent duplication and registration in more than one state or jurisdiction. Texas has participated in ERIC since 2020, but ERIC does not serve our Texas citizens well. We should exit ERIC for many reasons. 1, ERIC prohibits any communication between its member states about their voter roll maintenance. Not only is this non-compliant with NAVRA, it is counterproductive and hinders our Secretary of State from doing their job. 2, the majority of the states bordering Texas where there are significant interstate movers do not belong to ERIC, limiting its effectiveness. 3, ERIC imposes significant costs and mandated duties on Texas. Texas spent $1.5 million just in 2020 to participate in ERIC. Its membership fee was over $100,000, and $1 million was spent to send out mandated voter registrations to EBU's potential voters by the ERIC agreement. This is not voter roll cleaning. 4, ERIC collects vast personal identifiable information from Texas DMV and other agencies and shares it with third parties such as SEER, a 501c3, to create the EBU list that Texas must then contact as part of the membership agreement. Again, this is not voter roll cleaning. ERIC imposes additional mandates on Texas to collect DMV and other agency data per NAVRA, and this includes data of minors, ineligible voters, and even those who've chosen not to register to vote, and sends this to ERIC every 60 days. Again, this is not voter roll cleaning. There are other private sector systems that comply with Texas law, cost significantly less, comply with the requirements of the NAVRA and HAVA, Help American Voter Act, which do not impose additional duties and costs on Texas, nor send Texas personal identifiable information to third-party vendors.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Terry Putnam. I'm from Williamson County, and I'm a retired NASA engineer who has a personal interest in election integrity. And I fully support Bill 1070, and I hope you guys will pass it up to the full Senate. I've been very disturbed by the current system that's in use. I would characterize that ERIC system as one of the greatest intelligence gathering operations in the history of Texas. They have been able to get all of our personal information through our driver's license, including the last 4 digits of our Social Security numbers, and who knows where that goes. That data is shared with other organizations which we do not know who they are or what they do with it. The secrecy of this organization is just over the top. So we'll be advocating strongly with the Secretary of State if this bill passes for openness and transparency so that people can go in and look at what's going on and get actual numbers. The focus is on, as previously noted, should be on voter roll maintenance, but in fact its focus has been on registering new voters, and that's not the state's responsibility in my estimation. And one other thing, there are several proven methods to identify eligible registrants, and those will be flushed out. If we can get the Secretary of State to go and open a bidding process with a set of goals and objectives and a statement of work, and let the competition define the best system for Texas.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Putnam, will you do us a favor? For some reason, we don't have your information here, so before you leave, no, I believe you, but before you leave, will you check with Ms. Babb at the desk, and we'll fill out a card just to make sure we have all our records accurate.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So hold tight. We may have questions for you, but don't forget to register. All right, my goodness, I've only known you since we both worked here. Ms. Trainer, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Lucy Trainer with the Republican Party of Texas. Thank you, Chairman, for having us. Thank you, Senators, for having us. As it's been said, Texas participated in a free service beginning in 2015, along with 27 other states, to cross-check duplicate voters across the state lines before joining the ERIC program in 2020. Given the cost of the ERIC membership agreement, totaling at least over $1.5 million, and the release of this personally identifiable information to third parties, the Republican Party of Texas sees no value in continuing this contract. Texas law already makes necessary updates to these voters at no cost. County registrars must get interstate and intrastate move addresses from the Postal Service at least monthly, according to the Texas Election Code. And intrastate moves are automatically updated when driver's license data is updated according to the Texas Election Code. So in addition to the disturbing release of sensitive information to a third party, we are particularly concerned with the contractual requirements for Texas to reach out to all of these eligible but unregistered voters, asking them if they would like to vote. This goes far beyond the scope of the cross-check program implemented in 2015 and ultimately creates a national voter registration drive funded at taxpayer expense. ERIC specifically provides each member state with a targeted list of people that are not registered to vote. Moreover, each state is required to contact at least 95% of the ERIC identified unregistered prospects within those 90 days, soliciting them to register. Yet there is no ERIC mandate or requirement for member states to purge their voter rolls of ineligible or illegal voters. States are encouraged, but not required, to request ERIC's voter updates at least once a year. So the party would really like to know why we are paying for this type of money to a nonprofit and giving extensive amounts of personal information.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1070? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bill is left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 2532. 2532. Senate Bill 2532 is an update to the signature requirement and fee requirements for having one's name placed on the ballot. The number of signatures is doubled from 1% of the total vote received by all candidates for governor in the most recent election to 2%, and the filing fee for each office is doubled. It's been 20 years since these numbers have been updated, and if that was the first time since the 1980s. If you go back to the 1980s when they were first set, this is consistent with inflation. It's been a long time since these were adjusted. As you know, these filing fees go to help the taxpayers with the cost of the primary elections. It's what the bill does, very straightforward, and I'll yield for your questions. The chair calls Arthur DeBianca, Kevin Hale, Carter Fanning, Elizabeth Miller. Again, Arthur DeBianca, Kevin Hale, Carter Fanning, Elizabeth Miller. What's that? That may. And the chair calls Linda Curtis and Alice Yee. Linda Curtis, Alice Yee. And the chair calls Charles Cruz, Steve Rabbit. Charles Cruz and Steve Rabbit. All right, let's get started. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Arthur DeBianca, and I'm representing myself and the Libertarian Party of Travis County, and I'm speaking against the bill. As you know, all current members of the Texas Legislature were elected last year. I'd like to share a few numbers with you. Of the 31 current members of the Senate, 27 faced 0 or 1 opponent in their primary last year. 28 faced 0 or 1 opponent in the general election. So in percentage terms, 87% of current senators faced 0 or 1 opponent in the primary, and 90% faced 0 or 1 opponent in the general election. The situation for current members of the House was comparable. 77% faced 0 or 1 opponent in the primary, and 91% faced 0 or 1 opponent in the general election. The ballots last year were basically empty. The idea of raising fees and petition requirements under these circumstances is outrageous. The barriers are too high. These fees and petition requirements should be drastically reduced. Instead of doubling these numbers, you should be cutting them in half. When those in power create barriers that stop others from opposing them in elections, the resulting system cannot be called a democratic republic. Instead, it begins to resemble the pseudo-democracies found in other parts of the world. In those countries, they have a lot of elections, but the government tightly restricts who can appear on the ballot. So we urge you to oppose this bill. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senators. My name is Kevin Hale. I am the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Dallas County, and I also serve the Libertarian Party of Texas as its legislative coordinator. Senate Bill 2532 is the filing fee bill. The filing fees imposed on third-party candidates nominated by convention in Texas go to subsidize the primary elections held by Democrats and Republicans. The fees paid by third-party candidates go straight to the state's general fund, while the fees paid by Republicans and Democrat candidates go to their parties to cover their nomination process. Libertarians and other third-party candidates receive no benefit from these fees, and our nomination process costs us directly and personally. Imposing filing fees on convention party candidates is yet another attempt by the parties in power to meddle in and undermine the nomination process of their opponents and to limit ballot competition. The increased fees and signature requirements affect third parties like the Libertarian Party and all of the other minor major parties in Texas. But more importantly, they affect the unaffiliated voters and all the 30 million Texans by limiting their competition and their choices at the ballot. For instance, in 2022, 46 out of the 53 judges went unopposed in Dallas County. This bill will increase the number of unimposed races across the board and limit voters' choices in future elections.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, my name's Carter Fanning. I'm a member of the Libertarian Party of Texas and the Libertarian Party of Bexar County. I strongly oppose Senate Bill 2532. It adds additional barriers for candidates to appear on the ballot, and we've already got a problem with voter choice here in Texas. I know that that is a strong assertion, but let me explain a little bit. 30% of the races, state level and up, on the general election here in Texas faced zero opposition in the general election. So 30% of people did not have a single opponent in the general election. Furthermore, we had an average of 1.85 candidates per race, and that's state level and up on the general election ballot in 2022. So we didn't even have two full choices for most races, as I'm sure some of y'all are familiar with. Now, I understand that some will make the arguments that, the primaries might be crowded. There might be additional choices there. Well, in those elections, people like myself and at least 1 million Texans are unable to participate in because they are nominating candidates through a different party at that time. So overall, I strongly support this bill. It kills voter choice. And we need more here in Texas. We're already desperately thirsty for that. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony.
I think you
Senator
might have
Benning.
said you might want to
oppose.
revise. Yeah, right. Okay.
Strongly oppose. Sorry. Yeah.
No, thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senators, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on Senate Bill 2532. My name is Steve Ravitch, and I'm the chair of the Hays County Libertarian Party. I'm here on behalf of the Hays LP to speak against this bill. Part of my job as a county chair is to find people that are willing to run for office. It's hard enough to find ordinary citizens who are willing to subject themselves to the time, expense, and hassle of running for office without this onerous filing fee of hundreds, thousands, up to $10,000. If the conversation wasn't over before that point, it's usually over at that point. So every session, we have to lobby and file lawsuits against this and other anti-democratic measures that are passed to obstruct third-party ballot access. In March of last year, currently sitting Representative Dustin Burrows publicly stated the 2022 failure to knock libertarians off the ballot was a dereliction of duty. That's a quote. So yes, these are blatantly anti-democratic measures used to restrict ballot access. The Texas Supreme Court has twice denied injunctions brought by the Republican Party against libertarian candidates based on these filing fees, noting that, quote, access to the ballot lies at the heart of a constitutional republic. These lawsuits are an expensive nuisance. House and Senate Republicans should stop proposing these measures and reduce these fees to zero. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Elizabeth Miller, and I strongly oppose this bill. I speak for myself. I happen to help in the elections process and ballot board and all that, and we get questions a lot of times from voters, why didn't anybody even try in this race? Because I don't think Texans appreciate how many barriers this body, respectfully, has created to Texans having options. I also happen to be an old recovering trial lawyer, and in an earlier life, and in an earlier century, I was Walmart's trial counsel. I had all of DFW and down the I-35 corridor through Round Rock. I appeared in dozens of Texas counties. And in the ones he just described, where there's no opposition now, for a little while, I was probably there more than any other human body, according to the clerks, right? So I have a deep appreciation to the lack of competition and how it can play out in everyday life. And those judges are elected, and whether that's a good idea is another thing, but that's the reality, right? And so imagine, being somebody who's perhaps quite qualified and would be a great judge, you're going to leave your job to go try for a process that's already sort of determined by the elites of the two big parties. It's just another barrier, yet another barrier to getting quality judges or representatives, respectfully. And I can understand why you'd want to use the rules that you make to limit your own competition, but respectfully, that doesn't make it right. Please don't do this.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. The chair calls Daniel McCarthy, Joe Roberts, Judith Reuter, Chris Baker, and Soren Pendragon. And if I called your name earlier and you didn't have a seat, please come on down. We want to hear from you. Again, we're looking for Daniel McCarthy, Joe Roberts, Judith Reuter, Chris Baker, Soren Pendragon. All right, welcome to each of you. We'll begin over here on my left, on the right. And so introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My name is Chris Baker. I live in Sherrill and Sarah Eckhart's district.
Yes, I'm opposed to this Senate bill because it makes it much more difficult for independent and third-party candidates to achieve ballot access at a time when well over 30% of voters identify themselves as independent. I think it's a time that we allow more independent and third-party candidates to be on the ballot. It's definitely, we all say that competition is better, and I think competition is better. So that's where my stance is on this, and that's why I've opposed this Senate Bill 2532. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Joe Roberts. I was a candidate for the Texas Legislature in the past election year. I did run as a convention candidate, so that I did not run as a Republican or a Democrat. However, I had to pay the same filing fee that every House candidate had to pay. The difference is that my money did not go to finance our nomination process as it does with Democrats and Republicans. It went into the Texas Treasury, and it benefited neither my party nor myself. I think that we need to revisit philosophically whether it is even the role of the state to finance the primaries, as both the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are essentially private organizations. The fact that the state is even setting fees for that, it seems to fly in the face of, private party nomination process. In general, I would suggest that at the very least eliminating those for convention parties, that would actually level the playing field a lot more than making us pay the same. Lastly, I do want to speak on behalf of independent voters who have to get on the ballot through the petition process. But doubling the petitions, that again essentially sets a bar extremely high for them, especially when they do not have a party machinery behind them to support them. What it boils down to is they will have to pay somebody to gather those petitions for them, again, making it an exorbitant affair to even get on the ballot. My opponent would have been unopposed in the general election had I not run, and I'm glad that I ran because even though I am not sitting in the House today, I did give the voters an option, and I think that is why that we need to reduce or eliminate these filing fees entirely and let the Republicans and Democrats manage their own affairs as far as financing their nomination process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Howdy, good afternoon. I'm Dan McCarthy, Vice Chair of the Travis County Libertarian Party. I'm speaking against SB 2532. This bill is frankly a naked assault on democracy and without so much as a fig leaf of conscionable rationale. I heard what you said earlier about fees having gone up in over 20 years. As everyone else has explained, third parties, by and large, are convention parties. It doesn't make sense for us to have to pay fees at all, but also consider that median income in this state also hasn't doubled in the last 20 years. So if you want to raise it, a proportion, think about that. It's not about ballot crowding either, as you heard many of my colleagues say, where 1/3 of the Senate races and 58 House races were uncontested in 2022. It's not about paying our fair share. Again, we're happy to pay for our own conventions. We've done our own conventions for the last 50 years without incident. So this bill would force the taxpayer ultimately to pick up a larger bill if you add more people to the primaries, even if you double the fees. The taxpayer is still going to be paying more if you add third parties and independents to primaries. It's a culmination of years-long campaign explicitly to quote, knock libertarians off the ballot, as Rep. Burrows tweeted 1 year ago. Thanks for your time.
And thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Soren Pendragon. I represent myself. I am here in opposition to Senate Bill 2532. I did not hear the rationale behind this bill until today, that the fees had not gone up in 20 years and you want to adjust for inflation. And I find that really hard to believe when this body hasn't raised the minimum wage in that long either, and you're not showing any kind of enthusiasm to address that. Secondly, this discourages anyone from trying to take their own ideas and bring them forth into government. It puts up a brick wall to anybody with any new ideas. And please stop talking while I'm talking. I appreciate a sidebar, but come on. It's very clear that you just don't want poor people to run for office. It's really, really clear. I'm not alone in thinking this. We see this bill for what it is. So just come on. If you don't want poor to run, then just say no poors allowed. And stop it with this false rationale. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Ma'am, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Go ahead.
If I can reach. Hello, I'm Judith Reuter. I'm here representing myself as a voter. I am absolutely 100% adamantly opposed to Bill 2532. You mentioned, as you were explaining the purpose of the bill, why you came up with it, keeping up with inflation. So what, you want to contribute more to inflation? Really? This bill and several others are basically voter suppressive bills. And all who write the bills and push the bills and vote for those bills are engaging in voter suppression. You've been doing it for years, and you just keep getting worse. And I don't appreciate it. And this is why I will not vote for anyone who is for suppressing the choices of voters, which is what you do. Several other people made points about there being blank spaces on our ballots. And you talk about ballot crowding? No, we don't have enough people on the ballot. I also think it's pretty outrageous that you guys get to make laws to force third parties and independents to help get you elected. That's what you're doing by raising fees, by having any fees for convention parties and independents. You get your primary money, and I do agree that the state should not be paying for your primaries. You ought to pay for them yourselves. And I guess I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Very good. Thank you all. Thanks for being here. Those are all the witnesses who have registered to testify. Anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2532? Yes, ma'am. Have a seat. We'll figure it out. Yes.
Here we go again.
Tell me your name again.
I'm Linda Curtis.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, go ahead, sir.
No, that's okay. We didn't get it in the system, so of course we want to hear from you. So after you testify, will you get with Ms. Babb and fill out a card just to make sure we have you?
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to.
Thank you so much. And introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yeah, I'm Linda Curtis. I'm representing the League of Independent Voters, a nonpartisan 501c4 membership association for non-aligned and independent identified voters who are about 3.8 million people in Texas. I'm speaking in opposition to House Bill 2532, and I'm talking this fast because you put on no expert, and you're looking at probably one of the only experts in Texas on a very arcane and absurd process known as petitioning to get on the Texas ballot. I have led drives here in Texas involving upwards to 1 million signatures, helped get a bunch of people on the ballot. Some of us didn't make it. Nader didn't make it. Carol Strayhorn did. Ross Perot made it. The Libertarians got knocked off the ballot. I helped them get back on the ballot in 2004. You might give me a little more time so that you guys could ask some questions about this legislation. You are a very nice man. Everybody knows that, Senator Hughes. This bill is not a nice bill, and y'all are about to make some real enemies amongst people that are in your district who do not party identify. Because why? The independent movement is getting better organized, and we are on the move. So I want to make plain to everybody who watches this little video and to the members here that if you double the signatures for independent statewide candidates, you are barring access because there's no cap. So right now, an independent who wants to run for governor or for, any statewide office has to get about approximately 80,000 signatures in 114 days from people who did not vote in the primary. If there is a runoff, then they've got 30 days to get 80,000 signatures from people who did not vote in the primary. And that's probably impossible in and of itself. Can you give me another minute or two, please, sir?
You finish that thought. We'll see if there are questions, but go ahead.
Okay, so think about it. When you double the signatures to 160,000, and you've got 114 days, or maybe you got 30 days, there's a little statement at the top of the petition that we petitioners must read that I believe is written in such a way as to confuse and intimidate voters. And apparently, every legislator in 2003 agreed with that, what I just told you, because they unanimously passed a bill to revoke the statement, and Rick Perry vetoed the bill. I'm going to close.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If you really care about access, you would change.
Thank you. We'll see if there's questions for you. Hang on. We'll see if there's questions. Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? Thank you for being here. And that's all the witnesses we have on Senate Bill 2532. So we'll close public testimony. Bills left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 220, and recognizes its author, Senator Betancourt, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We do have a substitute for Senate Bill 220. During the November 2020 election cycle, the last enforcement and tools for the Texas Election Code was very apparent. All too often, violations occurred but were not addressed. It's noted as merely an irregularity that could be used in the event there was an election contest. The idea for this bill actually started in August of 2020, well before the election, when for some, at the time, unknown reason, the appointed election clerk started effectively a checklist of things that he was doing that was outside of the election code. And I felt like it was important to have the ability to have an officer be able to go and visit locations that were clearly violating the election code. And some examples at the time were elected officials, bringing in, effectively food or spiffs for votes and other electioneering activities. We were, at the time, fighting in the court, was won by Supreme Court, to mail absentee ballots to all 2.3 million people on the voter roll. Poll watchers being prevented from observing activity. Drive-through polling locations did meet election code standards and still resulting now in unaccounted for votes. Provisional ballots, canceled ballots, not being transported without accurate chain of custody. I can go on, the list was quite extensive. And one of the problems is that there's simply no tools to make sure that there's not voter intimidation, that voters are given equal access to the polls, the ballots are secure, polls are adequately and appropriately staffed, and reporting is accurate and true. And the latter is a big problem that started in Harris County. And despite multiple attempts by Secretary of State, Lieutenant Governor's office, my office, et cetera, we still have never gotten into accounting except for the partial release of information that came from a preliminary audit report from Secretary of State. So the solution that was filed over 2 years ago was Senate Bill 220, and it would say that DPS would provide election law of educated law enforcement personnel to be able to address violations immediately as they occur. There's 3 parts of the bill. One is for just the Secretary of State to be able to appoint an election marshal and then identify those election marshals within 7 DPS regions. Once they're appointed, they have really basically 3 duties. One is just to go and say, here's what the law is, effectively trying to redress the situation immediately. They do have an investigative power, and they do also would have a power to make a charge. In support of the election marshals, there's a very good provision in this bill that I hope would attract bipartisan support. There's 11 judicial regions with administrative judges, and one of the problems is we don't have effectively a rocket docket set up to handle election day issues. This would ask the 11 judicial regional administrators to set up that availability 45 days before the election so that people are ready to hear election complaints. These would be appointed by the judicial regional administrators, and that would specifically be a vast improvement over what's happening on election evening contests that currently occur. Election code specifically gives the Secretary of State authority to enforce abuses of voting rights. The authority was not to enforce against violations. The election code is not as clear. This with SB 220 would clearly allow that the Secretary of State to have that code ability. The committee substitute is the Legislative Council draft of the bill as filed. Be happy to answer any questions. And we do have 2 invited testimony and a resource witness from DPS as well.
The chair lays out the committee substitute that's explained to us. And Senators, any questions for the author? Very well, we'll open testimony.
Right, but we also have DPS too. We see Director McGraw here. Right, yeah, sure, bring him on. Yeah,
The chair calls Honorable Mike Knox. Invited testimony. Also call Colonel Steve McCraw. Here's a resource, Colonel. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm Mike Knox. I am a Houstonian and native Texan, a former veteran of the United States Air Force, former police officer in the city of Houston, currently an elected official for the city of Houston City Council. I'm here in support of House Bill 220 because as a candidate for public office in the city of Houston, as a citywide candidate, on election day and early voting, I spend a lot of time driving around to different polls and different locations, and I've seen an amazing amount of misbehavior, if you will, from candidates who are violating the 100-foot rule, in some cases, walking the voting line, handing out water and snacks and things like that to when you call an EJ on that or an election judge, they just ignore you, and there's nothing you can do. If you call the police out there, the police are not prepared because they don't understand the election code, and there's no recourse until after you can file a complaint, but that complaint won't be heard until after the election is already over. I think it's important that we start to hold people accountable, even at the EJ level and upward, because our principle of government in this country is a republic that requires democratic election of representatives. And when we lose the confidence in our election process, we lose the country. And so I think this is a very important issue. I'm in support of it. I've got lots of stories I can tell you about specific incidents. However, my time won't allow us to continue to do that. I can say this, though, just as a general thing. In Harris County, we're facing a problem that I call intentional ineptitude. In other words, we have an election process right now that has changed in the last several years, and it seems like we are hiring incompetent people. It's called designed incompetence. And incompetence is a cover for malfeasance, I think. And in this case, with our current election administrator, the previous election administrator, the first two out of the box, the first one was asked to resign by her own party. The second one has just made a big mess of everything. And in that chaos that ensues, I think there's a perception of opportunities for manipulation, massaging, or in fact cheating on the ballot process. That in itself also creates a lack of confidence in the voters who are coming to vote. And it also, for a candidate, makes it difficult to know, look, I'll go head to head with any candidate from any party on the policies, on the issues. I expect a fair and clean election, free of, malfeasance or free of incompetence, in order so that we all know that the election process was accurate and complete. We're not getting that in Harris County these past couple election cycles, and something needs to be done. And I think holding individuals accountable for following the election code from the voting poll location all the way up to the election administrator is an important aspect, and important for us to really secure the knowledge that we'll all be comfortable with the election process. Because right or left, it doesn't matter. We all need to know that our election process is above reproach, and that can't be questioned. And of course, right now it can. Thank you. I didn't hear a buzzer, so I'm done. So.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mike, for attending. Mike, you're also a certified peace officer.
Yes, sir, I am.
Right. So do you see the need for having someone to be cross-trained in election law?
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, the reason for that is because most law enforcement officers aren't trained in election code. It's not part of the police academy of any police department that I'm aware of. And so they would have to be specially trained for election codes in order to enforce them. And that's why when you call a sheriff, when you make a complaint and you call a sheriff out to an election site, they come out there and they look at you and go, I don't know what to do here. So they don't do anything.
And Mike, if there's the three levels in this are to go observe the situation, make sure people understand what the law is, obviously encourage them to comply with it, because that's the first level. The second level is do investigation. The third one is actually make a charge. Mm-hmm. You think people that are well trained can understand that we're really trying to avoid a problem before it starts?
Yes, well, in law enforcement, you always want to seek compliance first and then proceed from there. So that's pretty standard in law enforcement today. And I don't think that's any different in this case either.
Okay. And in the last election cycle, you had a Democratic district attorney and a Republican governor both request a DPS investigation, which I can ask, but he can't answer. But I can at least understand that that's the level of issue. So can you see an election marshal, somebody with your experience actually, being available, in early voting to maybe prevented those problems before they occurred?
I think if they can be resolved in real time, you can avoid a lot of those conflicts later on down the road, because, once the kernel's popped, you can't put it back into the bag. The popcorn is popped. I mean, once you've completed the election cycle, all you have left is appeals. And you can stop some of those appeals by simply seeking compliance from the very beginning. That seems like an appropriate way to respond.
Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Colonel McCraw. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Tell us who you are, then we'll have some questions for you.
Yes, sir. Chairman, Senator Steve McCraw, Director of Texas Department of Public Safety, Resource Witness.
Senator Betancourt.
Thank you for coming today, yes, Colonel. Colonel, I know you can't comment on it, but obviously it was somewhat of a bellwether when a Democratic district attorney and a Republican governor both asked you to come in and do an investigation on election issues. With that being set aside, if you look at this bill as the way it stands out, would an election marshal that was already integrated into the Secretary of State, because both these groups were calling for help in that election event. Would that been a way to either avoid the problem or certainly get, accelerate a solution?
Well, certainly, I'll be careful here in trying to respond. As it's written, a DPS officer responding, certainly, but one of the things I'd recommend is what kind of DPS would recommend a special agent instead of a trooper, and of course the training, which the witness did a very good job of talking about. This is a different thing outside our lane in that regard. We want to make sure that whoever is involved is at the appropriate training, and of course, as the legislature directs, we certainly will do.
And the bill sets up about, I think, 11 regions, okay? I think that which is enough geography, but you can hear from Councilmember Knox, who's also a certified peace officer, that if given the training, he believes that he could accurately go in and identify a problem, either from the three phases of, just compliance versus investigation versus actually a charge. Do you think you could set up training that would support that?
I'm sure we can, working with the Secretary of State's office and other experts. We don't have the internal experts. We'd have to reach outside to get that type of expertise.
Right. And with that type of training, would local troopers be able then to help those 11 regional administrators?
Yes, sir. And I'd recommend special agents instead of troopers. If it's just DPS officers that way, only because they've got investigative powers afterwards, non-uniform. There's some advantages, I think, in terms of something this sensitive.
Okay. And that's a good suggestion, so thanks for your input.
Thank you, sir.
Senators, any other questions for either of our witnesses? Thank you both for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We'll open public testimony. The chair calls Robert Green. We're on Senate Bill 220. Robert Green, David Weinberg, Dr. Susana Carranza, Bill Sargent, Alan Vera, Yasmin Smith, Lori Gallagher, and Elizabeth Garretts. Again, we're looking for David Weinberg, Robert Green, Dr. Susana Carranza, Bill Sargent, Alan Vera, Yasmin Smith, Lori Gallagher, Elizabeth Garretts. If I called your name, make your way to the table. Also looking for Mary Flood Nugent, Nicole Pedersen, Roxy Williamson, and Valerie DeBill. Again, Mary Flood Nugent, Nicole Pedersen, Roxy Williamson, Valerie DeBill. And the chair calls Rui Tuo and Alice Yee. Rui Tuo and Alice Yee. All right, welcome. Introduce yourself. We'll start over on the right. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Chairman Hughes and members, my name is David Weinberg. I'm here this afternoon on behalf of the Brennan Center for Justice, testifying against Senate Bill 220. SB 220 is similar to a law that was passed in Florida last year under Governor Ron DeSantis, and the bill shifts authority over the investigation and prosecution of election crimes to offices controlled by the governor and away from prosecutors that operate independently from the political branches. This is a fundamental erosion of the investigative and prosecutorial independence. Florida created the new Office of Election Crimes and Security with much fanfare and state investment, but the agency's first report revealed that less than 1% of complaints to OECS led to arrest. What's more, the vast majority of those arrests involved individuals who were unjustly prosecuted for having the honest but mistaken belief that they were eligible to vote. Texas should not follow in these wasteful and harmful footsteps. The introduction of Senate Bill 220 follows a ruling from Texas' highest criminal court in Ex parte Stevens, holding that the Attorney General has no authority to initiate criminal proceedings because that function belongs to district attorneys who are in an independent branch of government. The so-called election marshals that this bill would create would be appointed under the Secretary of State, would have the authority to unilaterally file criminal charges as granted under the bill. Under Ex parte Stevens, as members of the executive branch, these proposed officers can have no such authority. Senate Bill 220 also takes a very unequal approach to the enforcement of election law by limiting the bill's application to Texas's 6 largest urban counties: Harris, Dallas, Tarrant, Bexar, Travis, and Collin. In effect, the bill strips major urban counties with significant populations of people of color of local control in multiple ways. Civil disputes over claimed violations of the election code in these counties will be decided by judges from outside jurisdictions. It is difficult to contemplate why large counties alone require state intervention in law enforcement, and even more perplexing why only judges from counties outside of those counties should hear those cases. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony.
I need to go now, if I could, Mr. No, I do, because
Senator Bancourt.
Mr. Weinberg, your facts are just not correct. This is not a bracketed bill. It is not bracketed to the urban areas of I'm sorry, your information.
Not a million and more?
No, it's not bracketed, and so therefore it's not restricted to the urban areas. And you need to understand also, too, that this bill was filed back in 2021, long before the Florida bill was filed. So we're not following Florida. We actually had a different model that I think works better. And the reason why I'm interrupting now is I don't want to leave any of the other witnesses with the assumption that this is a bracketed bill that's only going to focus on the urban areas. That is not true, and nor is the fact that we are following Florida, because we actually filed the bill ahead of Florida, but our bill is better, in my opinion. I just wanted to make sure we had the fact record corrected, Mr. Chairman. Sorry.
Thanks, Senator. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. I'm Roxy Williamson from Galveston, Texas, and I'm in opposition to this bill. Good afternoon, committee members, chair and vice chair. It's exhausting, all these bills that are basically opportunities for the legislative body to just correct some administrative things that can be handled in-house and use this opportunity to expand our voter rolls as opposed to shrinking them. I'm not from an urban area. Galveston County is drowning when it comes to engaging voters. And these type of bills do not help the work. I would encourage the committee to consider doing more voter education funding, more voter engagement funding to educate our electorate as opposed to criminalizing the process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. If you'd introduce yourself, state your name for the record, and give us your testimony, please.
Before I start, Senator, is it on? Hello? So before I start, I'm sorry I was not here for your opening statement because I was over at the Elections Committee in the House. So if I cover something that you've already covered, I'm sorry, Senator. I'm Bill Sargent. I'm for the bill, and I used to be former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections in Galveston County. Senator, let me start off by saying that you and I want the same thing. I testified before this committee last session calling for real-time election enforcement, and now we're seriously considering it, and I thank you for that. I love Section 1, where we give the Secretary of State the responsibility for not only enforcing voting rights, but also the election code. We've asked for that for several sessions, and we're finally getting it, and I'm happy about that. That said, I have a question. It looks like in Section 2 of your bill, we have 3 different tiers of election marshals: a state election marshal, a regional election marshals, and election marshals who actually do the investigation. My question is it the intent of the bill to have all of those under the Secretary of State, or just one, or just some of them? We can talk about that later, but that's an issue I have. Senator Middleton introduced on my behalf SB 2494, which deals with the same subject and related to Section 2. I've done some tweaking of that bill. I'd be happy to share that language with you, for that legislation with you, and ask for you to seriously consider it. I'd be happy to have a colloquy with you, or have a discussion, if we can sit down and talk about it, to try to improve it. The bottom line is, I like your bill. I want to make it so we have real-time enforcement. I want it so it works. I do have an issue with putting a lot of DPS officers under the control of the Secretary of State. But I'm sure we can work out all those difficulties. Basically, we both do the same thing in both versions of the bill.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of SB 2020. The most frustrating aspect of grassroots efforts for election integrity is the total lack of law enforcement support. If someone's breaking into an ATM machine to steal money, someone dials 911 and the response is impressive. Lights, sirens, people coming out to stop the crime. If election fraud is in progress, you're told to please visit our website, fill out our online complaint form, and we might get to it in a few months. The message from this body to voters is, stealing money is important. Stealing ballots, well, maybe not so much. Election felonies are the only felonies in Texas that have to be investigated by the private citizens. All the evidence gathered by private citizens and then turned over to law enforcement for hopefully some action. During early voting in the 2020 general election in November, I was called by a lady in West Harris County who said, someone is standing outside the food town at Highway 6 and 529 giving away $50 gift cards to anyone who will take home a handful of mail ballots, sign the voter's name on them, apply a stamp to them, and send them in. I told her to call the sheriff immediately, and I went out there with some private detectives who were working with me. By the time we got to her house, we asked her, did you call the sheriff? Yes, I did. What did the sheriff's office say? The sheriff said, we don't do election fraud. Senators, it's getting frustrating, it's getting serious. Senator Betancourt's bill is a key step forward in finally showing the voters that we take the integrity of the election and the value of their votes seriously. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicole Paterson, and I'm a Harris County voter testifying on behalf of myself and also Engage, a group that encourages civic engagement of the AAPI and Muslim community. I am opposing this bill. Despite what you've just heard, there is no evidence of the need for election police or what has been titled election marshals under this bill other than rumors like we have just heard. There is no hard evidence. I'm involved in election protection, and while Harris County suffers from administrative issues symptomatic of any large county, I've seen no indication of what the previous witness, Mr. Knox, called intentional incompetence. The election workers I know are trying their very best to process a large number of voters. This bill has the possibility of creating great harm. There's nothing in this bill to keep election marshals from targeting specifically election workers who are not of the same political party as the Secretary of State. Voters and election workers are afraid that they will face criminal charges from innocent mistakes. This bill will chill voter turnout and make it more difficult to recruit election workers who may fear malicious prosecution. There has been a lot of discussion about Harris County's elections during this session, and presumably this bill comes from the gross mischaracterizations about elections in Harris County. The solution to helping large counties with administrative difficulties is proper funding, not election police with the ability to intimidate voters. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the witnesses? Yes, Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
I can't hear you.
Bill, thank you for testifying 2 years ago on this bill, I think. I think you testified 2 years ago on this bill, did you not?
Oh, yes.
Yes, I think Mr. Vera did as well. And I just wanted Mr. Weinberger to know that you all had testified because we actually had filed this bill 2 years ago. And Bill, you're looking at there's 3 powers in there, so there's not 3 people as designated. There's 3 powers, and these would be, as DPS, the colonel said, would be special agents that would be obviously part-time and be trained. So it's not that blizzard of personnel out there. But I wanted to make sure you knew that.
So it's only the chief election marshal who is on the staff of the Secretary of State's office?
Right.
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, and the reason you have to use DPS officers is because you have a situation like you had in Fort Bend County, where the DA put his own people in the polling place and intimidated the poll workers. And you know, if you're going to take a sheriff or a constable and take that person to go to to try to get the DA to move those people out, he's not going to do it. One, they may be primaried. The other thing is, who handles their cases? Well, so if you have DPS doing it, you got a better shot at it.
Well, and just remember that because of the problems in Harris County, it was a Democratic DA and a Republican governor that asked for the Texas Rangers to come out and do an investigation, which is still ongoing. So thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you all for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. The chair calls Robert Green, Susanna Carranza, Yasmin Smith, Lori Gallagher, and Elizabeth Garrett. Robert Green, Susanna Carranza, Yasmin Smith, Lori Gallagher, and Elizabeth Garrett. I think we should call a few other people. Let me call just a few others. We'll see if we can get you some friends. It's lonely there in the spotlight, right?
Take it though now.
I think you look like you can handle the spotlight just fine. All right. Mary Flood Nugent, Valerie DeBille, Rui Tuo, Alice Yee. Charles Cruz, and Andrew Hendrickson. And Grace Pankel. All right, well, thank you. I know you were there first, but if you don't mind, I'll just start on this side and from my left to the right. And if you would begin, just give us your name for the record and then give us your testimony, please. Thanks for coming.
My name's Ray. I'm Ray Tuo. I'm from, sorry, I'm going to move this a little bit, Katy, Texas. And I'm registering to against this bill. Because this is, to me, as an ordinary citizen, I'm representing myself, of course, and as an ordinary citizen, this looks like a lot of voter intimidation. First of all, having a political appointee override an entire county of election office, that reminds me of what the Chinese Communist Party would do. It's totally anti-democratic. And it's voter suppression. And number two, the election marshals, I like to mention what the Republican friend that just mentioned about voter fraud. I mean, how many, after millions and millions of dollars on investigation, and how many voter fraud did Attorney General Paxton find? A couple dozen, maybe? I can't remember the exact number. Out of how many millions and millions of votes? This is a total waste of our resources, given that there's a lot of issues in Texas that needs attention to, such as our utility grids, such as you all like to mention, our borders, such as our air quality, our water, clean water. So I believe that chasing this ghost would not only harm the electorate, it would also take precious resources away from things that are really important. And so I actually spoke to somebody I know, acquaintance, that she was afraid to vote. She felt intimidated to vote because her neighbor actually every election would take out his AR-15 and sit at the front yard. And she's a woman of color, and the man with the AR-15 neighbor is a white man.
All right.
So would you consider that a voter fraud?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Please give us your name and then give us your testimony. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Paxton and committee members. My name is Andrew Hendrickson. I represent the ACLU of Texas, and I'm testifying against SB 220. While we feel an election police force creates an unacceptable risk of the abuse of power, could result in the targeting and intimidation of voters, especially voters of color, and would cause DPS to divert resources away from other more serious public safety priorities with little to no demonstrable benefit, I actually want to focus today on the bill's injunctive relief and emergency review provisions, which I believe are unworkable. Allowing any person to file a petition for emergency review, which would require judges to hold a hearing within 3 hours during the 45 days before an election until the end of the early voting period, and within 1 hour from the end of early voting until the final canvass, would create an overwhelming amount of work for the judges who are assigned to hear these cases. The tight deadlines also would not allow for adequate briefing by the parties, preventing meaningful judicial review. This is especially true considering the criminal penalties for election officials in the Elections Code. While hearings held under the process created by SB 220 would only result in injunctive relief being granted, election officials' responses to alleged violations that carry a criminal penalty at those hearings could be used as evidence in future prosecutions. Accordingly, it's unreasonable to expect them to participate without consulting with an attorney, which would frequently be impossible under the deadline set by the bill. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It is your turn. Please state your name and give us your testimony.
Hi there. My name is Yasmin Smith. I want to thank you, Chair, and the members, but I will be speaking quickly because I respectfully do not want to be with you here all night. My name is Yasmin Smith. I'm an Austinite. I'm Vice President of Justice and Advocacy for the Austin Area Urban League, and we stand in coalition with our Urban League Texas delegation in Common Cause, Texas. We're here to echo the outcry against the suppression of voting that will disproportionately impact vulnerable populations. Senate Bill 220 is just one of the weapons of attack against our constituents, clients, and people. 220, like Senate Bill 1993, 823, 260, 1600, is designed poorly, may I add, to intimidate, oppress, and silence Black, brown, and poor people. Senate Bill 220 is trying to implement an unsuccessful, costly, and discriminatory idea from Florida. After Florida's Senate bill went into effect, the Florida Office of Election Crimes and Security went into work, and only 4 cases that have been resolved to date, 3 of which resulted in outright dismissals. Not only is this Senate bill fiscally unsound, it is factually unsubstantiated. It will include clear intimidation of Black and brown voters. It will lead to confusion, delays, and casting doubt on validity of elections. The broad powers with lack of definition will embolden bad behavior, and the time frames within it are completely unworkable and impractical. That being said, it leads one to wonder the true intent of the bill. Through the lens of protecting voting rights, it is nonsensical. But then again, one cannot make sense out of nonsense. There can be no just fruit out of soil of injustice. This is an obvious act of oppression, a downright dirty tactic of intimidation. And though I will not be with you here all night, I, or should I say we, the Urban League, will be with you for the rest of your lives.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name and give us your testimony. Thanks for coming.
Howdy, appreciate it, y'all. My name is Chuck Cruz, CREWS, from Baytown, Texas, eastern edge of Harris County. I served as an election judge through an entire cycle. I've seen high turnout elections and low turnout elections, and putting yet another police force in Texas is not going to serve to make elections better. It's just going to serve to intimidate voters. I am strongly against this bill, if for no other reason. There's actually 2 I've got. The first one is we can't keep a Secretary of State more than a couple of years, so they're going to have such a high turnover that the law enforcement officers aren't even going to know what they're supposed to be doing. Further, when we do have a real emergency, such as we had in Uvalde, 400 law enforcement officers from state, federal, and local authorities sat around doing nothing. We don't need another useless police force to sit around and collect a check and eat donuts on the taxpayer's dime. This is a bad, bad bill. Please vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony. Thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susanna Carranza, and sorry I'm out of breath because I was in the house and I had to run here.
That's okay.
I'm testifying on my own behalf, and I oppose this bill. I kind of echo what was said, that we do not need police-type enforcement of elections. Elections should be something without intimidation. Having law enforcement as special police amounts to really scare voters away, and we always know who gets, targeted the most in any type of enforcement. It's a diversion of resources that should be, like, law enforcement should be focused on really protecting people from dangerous situations like voting and police, whatever you call marshals. It's just intimidating, and I'm against it. Please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Members, are there any questions? Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you. To the Urban League representative, I want to make sure you understand that that's been there all my life and will be there, that group, all the rest of my life. Now, but your facts are uncoordinated about one point that we established in the last panel. And I'm going to say it again. This bill was actually filed 2 years ago, and two of the gentlemen on the last panel testified for the bill 2 years ago, long before Florida came up with a different solution.
So we had the bad idea first. Okay.
No, so we had the better idea first, but I just want to make sure you know that that's not a Florida-based response. What this is a performance-based response for the problems in Harris County. And I want to thank you for your testimony.
Do I respond or?
No.
10-4.
Thank you. Members, are there any other questions? All right. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you coming. The chair calls Marcia Strickler, Palwasha Sharwani, Kathy Jaster, Claudia Torres-Llanes, Laura Presley. Marcia Strickler, Palwasha Sharwani, Kathy Jaster, Claudia Torres-Llanes, and Laura Presley. Hamia English. Catherine Williams. Chris Harris. All right. Thank you all for being here. And I may have called one extra person. If I did, just have a seat there by the doors if there's a spare person, and we'll catch you on our next panel. But thank you all for being here. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. My name is Marcia Strickler, Williamson County. Senator Betancourt, I am for this bill. I'm sure you wish this bill had gone into effect before that last election. Since the 2020 election, I have poll watched numerous locations in Williamson County. On at least 4 occasions, we've had to call the police or the sheriff to report problems where election codes were being violated. One was due to a poll judge not allowing a watcher to watch or to see the zero tapes and not allowing them to watch at all. Once was due to a constable being appointed at the door in front of our election building, not allowing the poll watcher to follow the ballot box into the building. One was also, the poll watcher following the ballot box into the building, into the final resting place as per code and per law. And I witnessed more votes on the DS-200 than the amount of voters checked in where the police were called. All of these times, we had to give the responding officer the election code laws being broken and explain to them and educate the officers on what the violations were because they don't know the laws. And then they would have to go and call someone. And if the Secretary of State had trained election marshals deployed, poll watchers could be taught how to contact them. I know you don't call out poll watchers in this bill. You call out precinct chairs. You might want to think about adding poll watchers. Poll watchers' duty is to protect that candidate who is poll watching for that candidate. So Senator Betancourt, you might want to do that as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name and give us your testimony.
My name is Kathy Jasser from Williamson County, and I'm representing myself. I am speaking in favor of this bill. As a poll watcher for several years now, I have also been in a position where actions were taken that were questionable, and the officers present were not trained in elections, laws, or procedures, so naturally they acted according to the election administrator's request and opinion, and we had no recourse. I was several of those instances that Marshal Strickler was in, but having trained marshals will greatly help keeping our elections transparent and our election integrity.
Thank you for that very excellent testimony and succinct. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Thanks.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm Dr. Laura Presley and senators, and thank you, Senator Betancourt, for this bill. There's a couple of comments I'd like to make. I really like that you've added that not just citizens' voting rights that are violated, but also other violations of the code. The only concern I have is that this has been in place for some time without that adjustment. We're hoping that obstruction of watchers, which is a Class A misdemeanor, which we have documented in Bexar County, Harris County, Dallas County, Travis, Gillespie, Williamson, that the Secretary of State and the Attorney General will act and do their job to do a mandamus and an injunction. So we are hoping that this is not just a paper tiger, but that the SOS and the AG will act. The other concern I have is under the injunction section, you have not included political action committees. You've got candidates, parties, precinct chairs, political party. I'd like you to consider adding PACs and watchers. And, okay, the treasurer of a PAC and a watcher. Okay, I'd like you to consider that. The concern, there's only one concern that I have, and it's on page 6. It's line 21 through 23. The judge, these special judges that you're appointing, these emergency judges, are going to be trained by the Secretary of State. I see that as a concern. It's a separation of powers issue, where the Secretary of State could be a third party in an injunction. You've got Secretary of State in our recent history has waived law. There may be a third party role that the Secretary of State may play, and for them to train the judges, the emergency judges, is a conflict and it violates separation of powers. So I'd like you to consider that.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Williams, and I'm representing the Texas Grassroots Alliance and myself as a former newspaper journalist for 27 years and as a current election judge and deputy judge. Thank you for letting me testify today. I strongly urge you to vote against this bill. It adds massively to the complexity and stress of election officials and workers. If this bill passes, it effectively elevates poll watchers of the party in power to lord over election workers and election officials with the power of state government. Inspectors would be accountable and directed by a partisan Secretary of State appointed by the governor. These inspectors are entitled to be present at virtually every function or activity in voting. An inspector may take reasonable steps to obtain evidence. None of this is defined in the bill in a way that layfolk can understand, and most of the election judges I know are layfolk. That's all technical stuff for lawyers, but I can tell you as an election judge that it gets mighty tight and mighty stressful in there. Have you ever had a job that required you to count money? While you were counting money, did anyone ever come up and talk to you while you were trying to make the tally? What if someone came up and asked that person who was watching you count if they thought I really counted it right? What if this discussion were going on while you were trying to proceed with the most precise rule enforcement possible, clerical work, posting, all of those things? Do you think that if you gave those poll watchers the right to pursue injunctions, writs of mandamus, or other remedies under the law, any other remedy under the law, that you have a better chance of getting a correct count or an incorrect count? That's the atmosphere you are and have created for election workers.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Hello, Salam. My name is Pawasha Sharwani. I am the Executive Director of Engage Texas. Our organization is here to advocate on behalf of the Muslim electorate for Harris County especially. I just wanted to first respond to the comment about intentional ineptitude of the EA office. I just want to make it clear that there's more to why you're perceiving this ineptitude. There's challenging hiring norms, there's weak recruitment capabilities for election workers, and that's a capacity issue of an elections administrator's office. It's not an issue of everyday hardworking Americans being inept or incompetent. Who you're talking about, these election judges, are essentially selected by political parties. That's the code. The system is very challenging to administer for in a county of 4.7 plus million with a small underfunded election administrator's office, often managing for the disorganization of outside entities and doing so unsupported. Being an EJ is incredibly difficult work. It's becoming increasingly high-skilled. It's hard to hire for. The election administrator's office is accounting for a civically unengaged, non-participating society despite this being the most powerful nation on the planet. Over-policing is an extreme idea of a resolution. It's a hazardous overreaction. These poll workers are your people, regular people doing the best they can. Our electoral management systems are stewarded by common citizens by design because the founders of this state believed in their own people power at the time. That's the spirit behind the citizen-kept process. Surveilling these workers, these voters, erroneously adding to personnel who will also likely be ineffective and what you're endeavoring to resolve anyways is like putting a Band-Aid over a stab wound.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the witnesses? If not, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. The chair calls Emily French, Paul Simpson, Julie Gramillion, James Keller. And while these are seated, if there is anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against the bill, if you would make your way just down here, and then we'll catch you after this panel. Thank you. All right. We'll start on this side. Thanks so much, all of you, for being here, for staying. And if you'll go in and get started by giving us your name for the record, and then give us your testimony, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Claudia Torres Yanez, and I'm here against SB 220. I was previously called, but was running over from the House.
Yes, we have you.
Thank you. So I believe SB 220 provides overly broad powers and lacks definitions. Socrates said over 2,500 years ago, the beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms. So I have a real problem with the lack of definition in some of this bill. There's no guidance regarding what SOS training for marshals and judges would entail. There's no guidance as to what constitutes reasonable steps to gather evidence by marshals, giving them broad authority in polling places. This standard comes from current law related to election inspectors, but what is reasonable for a commissioned DPS officer and an inspector are different. All lawful means to prevent the violation is a particularly problematic standard because it could be read to mean that officers must enforce the election code to the fullest extent. Despite there being no evidence of widespread voter fraud, Texas is prepared to spend millions of taxpayer dollars on a police force solely dedicated to this issue. This bill is a copy and paste job from the Florida Legislature, and I don't want you to Florida my Texas. Senator Betancourt, I think you're known for saying what gets measured gets fixed, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. However, there are countless other issues facing Texans that deserve attention that aren't getting it. Gun violence is the leading cause of death of children nationally, and we know all too well the threat guns pose to children in our state and our communities, yet the state is doing nothing to solve this problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
I want to thank you for your testimony. But again, for the third time, I need to go over the fact that this bill was filed in 2021. The first panel had witnesses that are still here that testified for the bill in 2021. It's well before Florida filed their own bill and went down a different path. So I want to make sure you understand that. And the other thing is, too, this bill has no fiscal note. We're not spending millions of dollars. We're basically using existing resources in the field. So I just want to make sure you understand that I'm glad you have an opinion, but that's the fact record, is that the bill was filed in 2021, and this is not a reaction to Florida, regardless of the talking points that are being distributed. That is just simply incorrect, and there's no fiscal note in the bill because we're using existing people to train them to do this job. But I appreciate your testimony.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Members, any other questions? All right, thank you. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony. Thanks for coming.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Grimia. I'm a resident of Harris County, and I'm representing myself. I oppose this bill. I have been a presiding judge for the past 3 years, and I agree that our election judges and clerks need more support and training. And I am very encouraged to hear that this committee and the witnesses in favor of this bill agree that our election judges and clerks need more training. But they need that training before the election occurs, not after it happens and we're trying to catch something that went wrong. And what is required is knowledge of the election code. The witnesses in favor of this bill and Senator Betancourt have all conceded that the peace officers that are proposed to fill this role do not have any current knowledge of the election code. So they will be trained after being appointed 60 days before the election, the same way a brand new first-year election worker will be trained. That is not the resource that I, as a presiding judge, or other election workers need. We need specialists and experts who can answer questions in real time. This bill would be better served by employing a team of lawyers who are specialists in the election code than peace officers. What I have loved about working at a polling place is that despite an election being an inherently political event, a polling place is completely apolitical. It has to stop 100 feet from the door by law. I don't get to ask who you're voting for. You can't tell me who you're voting for before I or my clerks decide whether or not we're going to help you or how we're going to help you. So I can't decide ahead of time that I think you're going to vote some way and then bend the rules for you but not someone else. For those few hours or few days, we are just people, neighbors, helping each other exercise a constitutional right. And at no time have any of my clerks ever said to me, Democrat or Republican, that they need an armed presence to feel safe doing their jobs.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thanks for being here. If you'd please state your name and give us your testimony. Thanks for coming.
My name is Emily E.B. French. I represent the Texas Civil Rights Project, and I am here to testify against SB 220. In a state where elections are already protected by scores of well-trained election workers, election officials, poll watchers, and nonpartisan volunteers, this bill would divert a huge amount of resources for little to no added security. Under SB 220, these new election marshals would be bound by law to investigate alleged violations of the election code, regardless of whether there is any credibility to those. Partisan actors could ostensibly deploy these marshals on bad faith missions to harass eligible voters who have not done anything wrong. This possibility is especially troubling since the number of marshals per region would be determined by population, ensuring that the most covered areas will be the urban centers where most Texans of color live. In fact, when the author of this bill was asked if the draft included language that would prevent authorities from targeting individual voters, he replied, "I can't say that it couldn't be used like that." Texans deserve a stronger guarantee that they will not be targeted for properly exercising their right to vote. In Florida, a law very similar to SB 220 resulted in armed police officers arresting a Black Miami resident at gunpoint for alleged illegal voting. That man's case was ultimately dismissed, along with many others charged in Florida. Florida's version of SB 220 cost the state $3.7 million. We've heard that the Texas bill is better. I hope it is at least $3.7 million better, because in Texas, that money would be better spent making sure that county elections departments have the resources they need to provide a smooth election for our state's voters. In a state with elections that are already secure, SB 220 serves as a solution looking for a problem. For these reasons, we oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Please state your name and give us your testimony.
My name is James Keller from Hays County. I've served as a Central Count observer starting in 2016 and have observed many elections at Central Counts. And problems. There is in Texas a high barrier of entry when using the law to remedy election fraud and practices that erode the confidence in our elections. How many convictions, or I should say, how many convictions or reversals of Texas elections can you name who have cases where they've successfully decertified an election? Is this because the elections are so clean in Texas? Even with outstanding evidence of major problems, somehow they rarely result in convictions or decertifications of an election. So questions of standing are regularly challenged in election cases and drag out the process, raising the cost of litigation as well as excluding too many people. All of us are affected by election results. And broadening the groups with standing for injunctive relief is appropriate. On the question of one piece of this legislation that I don't like, it has to do with the putting the Secretary of State in an advisory role with the courts. I hope and pray that Texas can be better than Washington, D.C. with regard to maintaining separation of powers. A portion of this bill crosses that line by putting the Secretary of State in the role of advising judges on matters of election law, and that should be changed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You beat the buzzer. You get an award. Thank you for being here. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Paul Simpson, thank you, Chair Paxton and members of the committee. I'm a recovering engineer and a lawyer, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 220, but particularly about the critical need for real-time enforcement of our election laws, especially under Section E of the bill. So I'm not here talking about the marshals aspect of it, but the Section E that enhances and expedites civil, that's not criminal, enforcement of the Texas Election Code while elections are in progress. In over 50 years as a volunteer activist, I've served in many roles, among them as poll watcher, precinct chair, 20 years as an election judge, as an attorney in ballot disputes and election contests, legal counsel for the Harris County Republican Party. I was chair of the Harris County Republican Party for 6 years and oversaw the largest primary we ever had in history. And so but in 2020, fall of 2020, after I was out of office, I oversaw a team of attorneys with others working the election process after the voting, during the early voting and after the central count. So I've submitted evidence with my testimony today, some of the affidavits we collected at that time that illustrate how the election process was abused by election officials and precinct presiding judges, even in the central count. The problem is if election laws are broken, then integrity and trust in election outcomes is lost. Detailed rules under our election code are very vital for how to run our elections, but how do we know that they're being followed? Criminal penalties are not up to the task because after the horse has left the barn, it's gone and you usually can't catch the thief. Criminal penalties require willing prosecutors, evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, time-consuming, and usually too late. It's hard to fix or to unsteal an election. And reversing or redoing elections that are tainted with fraud or error in a contest happens infrequently. They're mathematically difficult to win and subject to many legal and practical challenges. Section E of this bill enhances civil enforcement of the election laws in real time. Urge you to adopt it.
Thank you. And congratulations on being a recovering engineer. I'm not sure that's possible as a lawyer. So, members, are there any questions for the witnesses? Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
All right. Paul, thank you for your testimony. So I want you to go over, let's restate why this is important to have a civil procedure to get election law enforced and make sure we've got compliance before we end up in a post facto 21 election challenges in Harris County alone, which is a record for the entire state, much less one county, and like in the last 10 years all combined.
Probably ever. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Election contests are mathematically very difficult. They're spelled out in the code. They can be delayed and dragged out to take years, in fact. So that's even a civil action. The burden of proof is very high. And trying to find out what happened, as we have seen in Harris County, even currently, is very difficult when lawsuits have been filed, and even the Houston Chronicle has supported the effort to get the records from the election administrator. So it's difficult even to find out what happened after the fact. Criminal penalties, as I mentioned, are a problem. Not only can they be politically not prosecuted, but even gathering the evidence and eventually bringing it to bear and proving beyond reasonable doubt and getting a conviction that stands up on appeal has little deterrent effect to somebody who really is a bad actor or an incompetent actor.
Well, I just want to read this one for everyone in the record to hear it. The first duty, okay, shall exercise all lawful means to prevent the violation from continuing or occurring. That is the first, first assigned duty. Then the second assigned duties may seek orders, processes, or warrants from a court, or then the third is to file appropriate criminal charges. But again, the first duty of this position shall exercise all lawful means to prevent the violation. And that's what the whole civil practice, that's what the whole heart of this bill is.
Absolutely. And I like there's a lot of concern about over-criminalizing the process, and this deals with that as well. It's not criminalizing the process, it's not convicting people, but it's making sure that the courts can intervene after adversarial hearings and order that the laws be followed so that elections can proceed properly. It has to be expedited, given, I think it's set up for hearing within 3 hours up until the end of early voting, 1 hour on election day. I mean, you have 12 hours of voting on election day, so you don't have much time. So that's why that's necessary.
And that's also why the election of the 11 regional administrators get that assigned in advance, so they're prepared to handle that type of rocket docket, because part of the problem is any type of delay in a hearing like that on election day could just basically push the issue past the point of no return. Thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely. Pre-appointing the judges is critical, because we've seen, even in the contest we have now, it can take a while for the administrative judge to find a judge from outside the jurisdiction to come hear it, which is what's done in contests. So this is the same process, but just doing it ahead of time.
Thank you.
Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Paul. So
I know you've had a lot of experience in this here, and I know we've seen a lot of examples that you and I've talked about together here. And really, this bill is, how about we enforce the laws we already have, right? I mean, that's kind of the idea here. I mean, shouldn't we be doing that? And can you maybe give a couple of examples of where, speed matters, right, in this? And the issue that we've seen again and again and again and again with our election law, all the election laws we've got, is it's months or maybe even a year later that we really find out the true extent of what went wrong and how our laws were not followed and either inadvertently or willfully violated, and we had no opportunity in a speedy manner to correct that. So maybe a couple examples that you've seen.
Absolutely, and again, supplied affidavits from some of the folks, for instance, who are at early voting or central count or signature verification boards going through the mail ballots where we had instances of the presiding judge instructing people looking at the machines to carry signatures, just ignore any problem and overrule them and tell them we're going to approve that ballot or we're going to approve this ballot. Of course, poll watchers being kicked out improperly, even at the central count location, where they're actually tallying the ballots, or in the mail ballot board, the signature verification board, and then we've had instances even where it's in one of the affidavits where the county attorney, who is of the same party as the presiding judge of the central count, told them not to do something, but the presiding judge says, "I'm going to do it anyway." And I think one thing that needs to be brought out is under the election code, a presiding judge has the same authority as a district judge for the conduct over election day of the election day polling place and the central count place and early voting ballot boards. So that county attorney doesn't have the authority to overrule a presiding judge who's breaking the law. So that's why we need the ability to be able to go to a court and get speedy resolution and enforcement of the election code.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of issues I've seen besides the ballot paper and all the other big things we're talking about here today. Elementary school in Pasadena during the primary, we have a video out there. It's circulated pretty widely that said, Democrat voting only. Can't go vote as a Republican. Had voters turned away at that location. We had issues where either by design or a mistake, essentially the message was passed along that for absentee ballots that they really only needed to look at Social Security number or driver's license and not the signature, not follow our laws, and not flag essentially signatures that didn't look right, which obviously that's wrong. And we keep having issues like this. Another one that I've seen with the school district election was, they didn't have a camera in the early voting ballot board where they're counting the absentee ballots. I mean, these are the laws that we have to follow. And if you're not going to rapidly address that, then bad things are going to happen. And that's what this can do. And this provides that tool to do that. And we don't really have a uniform statewide tool to do that in the state of Texas right now.
That's right. And I think this should be a bipartisan effort because either side could have a bad actor who needs to be told to follow the law. And so it's not a question of who's in charge at the state level or elsewhere. Both sides should want to be able to enforce the election code so we can all trust the results when the votes are finally counted.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt.
And Paul, you did say you were for the bill, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no, I'm teasing. Yes. Now, on poll watchers, there's kind of always a misconception. The poll watchers are appointed by the candidates and the political parties, right?
In the general election, yes.
Right, in the general election, all right. So if there was legal action, they would not be the people that would be taking it. It would be their candidate or the political party.
I think the way this bill is written is party and candidates, yes.
Thank you, right. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Senator Perry. Any more questions for these witnesses, senators? Very good. Thank you each for being here.
Thank
you. We do have a little bit more public testimony on this bill. That's important. While we do have a quorum of members here, as there are many committees hearings going on, we're going to vote on some pending business. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1820, 1820. This is Senator Hall's bill about the Lottery Commission and sale of lottery tickets by different methods. There is a committee substitute. Senator Perry moves, the chair lays out the committee substitute. Senator Perry moves that we adopt the committee substitute, Senate Bill 1820. Is there objection? The substitute is adopted. Senator Perry moves that committee substitute to Senate Bill 1820 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt.
Yes.
Birdwell. Lamatia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Yes. There being 10 ayes and no nays, committee substitute to Senate Bill 1820 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Betancourt moves that Senate Bill 1820 be recommended for placement on the local uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1907 by Senator Betancourt. Senators, that's the bill about delivering precinct election returns, Senate Bill 1907. And Senator Schwartner moves that Senate Bill 1907 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell. Lamatia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, the bill will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 975. That's Senator Menendez bill about personal identification certificates for folks who surrendered their driver licenses, Senate Bill 975. And Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 975 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamatia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 10 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 975 will be reported favorably. Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 975 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 477. 477 members of Senator Zaffarini's bill about voters with disabilities. There is a committee substitute. Senator Menendez, the chair lays out the committee substitute. Senator Menendez moves that we adopt the substitute. Is there objection? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. Senator Menendez moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 477 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk? Senate Bill 477. Will the clerk call the roll? This is on passage of Senate Bill 477.
Betancourt. Birdwell. Lamatia. Menendez.
Yes, sir.
Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 10 ayes and no nays, the substitute Senate Bill 477 will be reported favorably. Senator Betancourt moves that the committee substitute Senate Bill 477 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 924. That's Senator Springer's bill about consolidating precincts in high-growth areas, Senate Bill 924. The chair lays out the committee substitute, Senate Bill 924. Senator Schwartner moves that the substitute be adopted. Is there objection? The committee substitute is adopted. Senator Schwartner moves that the committee substitute, Senate Bill 924, be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Birdwell. LaMattia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, committee substitute Senate Bill 924 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 990. 990, that's Senator Hall's bill about countywide voting. And Senator Betancourt moves that Senate Bill 990 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell. LaMattia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 990 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1039. 1039. Senator Betancourt's bill on election irregularities. There is a substitute. The chair sends up the committee substitute, and Senator Parker moves that the substitute be adopted. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Senator Parker moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1039 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell.
Let's think about it. Aye.
LaMattia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, committee substitute to Senate Bill 1039 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1054. 1054. Senator Nichols' bill about the trial and election contest on a proposed constitutional amendment. Senate Bill 1054. And Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 1054 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell. Aye. LaMattia. Menendez.
1054, yes, sir. Sir? Okay, thanks.
Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 9 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 1054 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1705. 1705. Senator Middleton's bill about primary elections. There is a committee substitute. The chair lays out the committee substitute, and Senator Middleton moves that the substitute be adopted. Without objection, it's adopted. Senator Middleton moves that committee substitute Senate Bill 1705 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Aye. Birdwell. Aye. LaMattia. Menendez. Middleton. Aye. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Aye. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, committee substitute Senate Bill 1705 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1807. Senate Bill 1807 about altering election procedures by Senator Springer's bill. There's a committee substitute which the chair now lays out. Senator Birdwell moves that the committee substitute be adopted. Is there objection? The substitute's adopted with no objection. Senator Birdwell moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1807 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell. Aye. LaMantia, Menendez, Middleton, Parker, Perry, Schwartner, Zaffarini, Paxton, Hughes.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, the committee substitute, Senate Bill 1807, will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays that as a matter of pending business, Senate Bill 1911. 1911, Senator Betancourt's bill on offenses related to elections, Senate Bill 1911. And there is a committee substitute. The chair lays out the committee substitute. Senator Paxton moves that the committee substitute be adopted. Is there objection? Substitute's adopted without objection. Senator Paxton moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1911 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell.
Aye.
LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1911 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays that as a matter of pending business, Senate Bill 1938. 1938. This is Senator Betancourt's bill about voter registrars, compliance with voter registration law, Senate Bill 1938. There's a committee substitute, which the chair now lays out, and Senator Parker moves that the committee substitute be adopted. Is there objection? Hearing none, the substitute is adopted. Senator Parker moves that the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1938 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Aye. Birdwell. Aye. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Aye. Perry. Schwartner. Aye. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Yes. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, committee substitute Senate Bill 1938 will be reported favorably. The chair now lays that as a matter of pending business, Senate Bill 1950. Senate Bill 1950, Senator Betancourt's bill about early voting ballots voted by mail. Senator Schwartner moves that Senate Bill 1950 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell. Aye. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Aye. Perry. Schwartner. Aye. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Yes. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1950 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. And members, some of the bills that were heard today, so that we can keep them moving, the chair lays out as a matter of pending business, Senate Bill 260. That's Senator Colcourt's bill from today about confirming a voter's residence. Senate Bill 260 by Senator Colcourt. Senator Betancourt moves that Senate Bill 260 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell. Aye. LaMantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Yes. There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 260 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business, Senate Bill 950. 950. Senators, that was this morning's bill from Senator Colcourt about the Attorney General's defending a district attorney or county attorney against certain lawsuits in federal court. Senate Bill 1950. And Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 950. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 950 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll? There was. Members, as you know, this session especially, there were a number of situations where authors had to file non-legislative council drafts and then substitute in legislative council drafts. We want to make sure this is not one of those. So, Senate Bill 950, with unanimous consent, we will withdraw the motion to pass that bill. Any objection? Very well. There is a committee substitute, Senate Bill 950, and that is a legislative council draft. The chair lays out the committee substitute. Senator Middleton moves that the committee substitute, Senate Bill 950, be adopted. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Senator Middleton moves that Senate Bill 950 as substituted be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation to do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell. Aye. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton. Hughes.
Aye. Menendez just, did he say how he wanted to vote?
He said no.
Okay, very well. He said,
I think he said no.
he said, okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you. There being 9 ayes and 1 nay, Senate Bill 950 will be reported favorably to the full Senate, and I thank our able clerk for catching that committee substitute. The chair now lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 2451. 2451, that Senator Menendez bill we heard testimony on today about the information entered on the carrier envelope to be for a ballot voted by mail. Senator, that's Senate Bill 2451. Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 2451 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Will the clerk call the roll?
Betancourt.
Yes.
Birdwell. Aye. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Aye. Zaffarini. Paxton. Aye. Hughes.
Aye. And Senator Menendez, we're on 2451. Thank you very much. There being 10 ayes and no nays, Senate Bill 2451 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Senator Perry moves that Senator Menendez local okay on this, everybody? Senator Perry moves that Senate Bill 2451 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, it's so ordered. I'll pass the gavel to the vice chairs. I thank the committee for your indulgence as we vote on a couple more bills that I have authored.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair lays out the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1060 as a matter of pending business. Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1060. Is there objection? If not, it's so ordered. Senator Hughes moves we report the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1060 favorably to the whole Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt.
1060. Senate Bill 1060. Yes, Hughes.
Birdwell. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1060 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Chair brings up as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 694. Senator Hughes moves that Senate Bill 694 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt. Yes. Birdwell. Aye. Lamantia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Aye. Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Yes.
There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 694 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. right. Senator Hughes has a new substitute to lay out. Senator Hughes sends up the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1661 and is recognized to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 1661, you'll recall, was a clarification of a requirement added in the Senate Bill 1 from last session about making sure that the memory cards can only be written one time. It's an added level of security. It makes sense. We're familiar with the technology in other areas. There was some confusion about the language, and so the committee substitute clarifies. This clarifies that if the data is modified, so if the data is modified after it's been written once on those memory sticks, if you will, that record important information, election results, if that data is modified, it cannot be counted. That's what the committee substitute does. It's a result of input from various interested parties, and I yield for your questions, ask for your support.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Are there any questions, members? If not,
Madam Chair.
yes, Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, you just said something at the end that you said this has been something you've worked on with all the parties. I'm sorry.
So many stakeholders had input on this. You'll recall there was a provision in Senate Bill 1 from last session. It was not a controversial provision that said that memory cards that have to be used that can be written on only one time. Right. Written on is not the term. It can only be put data on them only one time. Some interpreted that language to read it to apply to the entire voting system. There was some confusion. And so Senate Bill 1661 was filed to clarify that we're just talking about the memory cards. And so the committee substitute says this: if a memory card that's used to record those election results, if the data has been modified, it cannot be counted. That's really the heart of the bill. That's what the substitute does.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Members, any other questions? All right. Thank you. Senator Hughes moves that we adopt the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1661. Is there objection? Seeing none, it is so ordered. Senator Hughes moves that we report the committee substitute 1661 to Senate Bill 1661 favorably to the whole Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt.
Aye.
Birdwell. Aye. Lamatia. Menendez.
Aye.
Middleton.
Aye.
Parker.
Aye.
Perry.
Aye.
Schwartner.
Aye.
Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 10 ayes and no nays, Senator Hughes moves that Senate Bill 1661 be recommended and certified for placement on the local and uncontested calendar. Is there objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Right. Chair lays out as a matter of pending business Senate Bill 1070. Senator Hughes moves that Senate Bill 1070 be reported favorably to the full Senate with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. Clerk will call the roll.
Betancourt. Aye. Birdwell.
Aye.
Lamatia. Menendez. Middleton. Parker. Perry. Schwartner. Zaffarini. Paxton.
Aye.
Hughes.
Aye.
There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, Senate Bill 1070 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the committee members and witnesses for indulging us as we continue the business moving along. Thank you, Senator.
You're very welcome.
Again, thank everyone for their indulgence as we move through the process. Senate Bill 220 is the bill that we were on before we paused to vote. So come on down. And so we've called the number of witnesses to testify. I'll just say, for public testimony on Senate Bill 220, is there anyone wishing to testify on, for, or against? Come on down. That's fine. Senate Bill 220. And I think we have your information. We want to make sure. So before you get started, give us your name.
My name is Gloria Leal.
Yes, ma'am. I know you, but we want to make sure we got you right. So, and do we?
And I'm against 220, Senate Bill 220.
Hold on just a second. Thank you.
Okay.
Very good. Of course, we look forward to your testimony. Do me a favor. Before you leave, go ahead and fill out a manual card over with Ms. Babb just to make sure after your testimony, okay?
Okay, I did fill it out outside.
I know. We just want to make sure we have it right. Thank you. And hold tight just a moment. And ma'am, tell me your name, please.
Kimia Factory.
All right. Great, thank you both. So we're going to look forward to hearing both of your testimony. But do me a favor, after you testify, please get with Ms. Babb and fill out an old school card just to make sure we have your information. Okay. All right, Ms. Factory, you go ahead if you're ready. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, my name is Kimia Factory. I serve as the Central Texas Regional Organizer for Black Voters Matter Fund, and I'm here to strongly oppose this bill. I ask that everybody forgives me as I step out of a future where I'm forced to reside and reimagine public safety due to the state-sanctioned violence that communities around the world have endured at the hands of law enforcement. So let me be clear. SB 2020 is modern-day Jim Crow. Additionally, I would like to remind everybody in this room that our testimonies are sacred. To regard one of the individuals who provided their testimony as performative is a slap in the face, seeing as you are all public servants, and it is a privilege to hear how bills like this impact our communities on the ground. Did you hear that? We are on the ground while you are in here. We are warning you about the implications of a bill that would further intimidate a population of voters, future voters, and unregistered voters. Intention versus impact. That is what I urge you all to consider in the passing of this harmful bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Leal, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. My name is Gloria Leal. I'm an attorney here in Austin, and I'm here representing the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, local, state, and national. I'm General Counsel for National LULAC, and I'm also testifying as a person. LULAC is adamantly opposed to this bill, to any bill that would introduce law enforcement actions and presence at the elections process, which is deemed to be intimidating and to act as a chilling factor to voting, especially to Latinos and the minority community, wherein the law enforcement authorities should be acting to build trust and not distrust. LULAC is concerned about the effect that the bill will have on voting rights, voting, and possibly act to voter suppress. During the last census, 95% of the population growth was attributed to Hispanics and Latinos, and any impact on any voting mechanism or changes in any urban county or overwide will affect the impact of Hispanic voting overall. LULAC is concerned about violations to the Voting Rights Act as a result of enforcement actions and setting aside the will of voters by the advice of the Secretary of State's office. LULAC believes that there are already sufficient protections in place to guard against voter fraud and other irregularities. And I thank you for your time this afternoon. I know y'all are tired, and I'm willing to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witnesses? Ms. Factor, Ms. Leal, thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. And there's so many bills, and we want to make sure we have the records right. So,
I understand.
So please, both of you, check in with Ms. Babb and fill out a card for us. Thank you for being here. And that's all the witnesses we have on Senate Bill 220. So public testimony is closed, and bills left pending at this time. The chair lays out Senate Bill 823, and recognizes its author, Senator Betancourt, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman and members. I do have a committee substitute for Senate Bill 823.
The chair lays out the committee substitute and recognizes Senator Betancourt to explain the differences between the bill as filed and the committee substitute. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary of State is Chief Elections Officer for the state of Texas, ensuring uniform application, interpretation of election laws throughout the state. In Texas, counties may opt to have the county chief elections officer be an appointed position, an election administrator. There are very few checks and balances on this position. If an election administrator has a pattern of problems conducting an election, there's no real enforcement tool to ensure the election administrator is following the election code. Harris County has suffered since 2020 from elections administrators who have lost 10,000 ballots, failed to provide sufficient ballots, paper ballots to over 120 polls, provided unreconcilable election results, improperly instructed the Signature Verification Committee on how to review mail ballots, attempted to mail over 2 million absentee ballot forms, that was the appointed county clerk, and the list is seemingly endless. Harris County election results have a significant impact on the entire state of Texas by producing approximately 1.1 million of the 8.1 million votes in the November election. Senate Bill 823 would simply provide oversight of the elections administrator by the Secretary of State. If Secretary of State receives administrative election complaint and the Secretary of State has good cause to believe there is a recurring pattern of problems, and all 5 of these have been experienced by Harris County: malfunction of voter equipment, unfair distribution of election supplies, errors in tabulation of results, delays in reporting election returns, discovery of voted ballots after the polls close. Secretary of State may enter a written order to suspend the employment of the county elections administrator. Then SB 823 would require vacancy from an election administrator that is on suspension to be filled by a Secretary of State. Appointed election administrator would serve until the Secretary of State determines the recurring pattern of problems with election administrator are rectified. The committee substitute addressed a concern brought by members to my office by Dallas County Commissioners Court, adding that the appointed election administrator shall continue to serve through the next uniform election date. Passing SB 823 would give some Texans some checks and balances that are desperately needed over election administrators that are not performing. I have one invited witness, Chairman Cindy Siegel of the Harris County Republican Party.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for the author of Senate Bill 823? We'll open testimony and call as invited testimony Cindy Siegel, Chairman Harris County Republican Party. And after Chairman Siegel will open public testimony, we're going to be looking for Bill King, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Bill Sargent, Alan Vera. So you guys just be ready. We'll call you in just a few minutes. We'll have you on standby. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Senators. My name is Cindy Siegel. I'm the chairman of the Harris County Republican Party and testifying in support of Senate Bill 823. Last year, I talked about it on Monday, but last year Harris County voters experienced a complete breakdown in how elections were run. Examples include voting machines not working, not enough machines. Then there was the issue of ballot paper starting in the primary when some of the polls received the wrong size of ballot paper. Then in the November election day, when a large number of polls actually ran out of ballot paper, predominantly in Republican polls, where they had to turn away voters because they didn't have enough ballot paper. Lastly, there were the vote count errors that started with the primary a few days after the primary last March, where it was, oops, we discovered 10,000 mail-in ballots days after the primary that were not included in the original count. And we still have the unexplained 9,307 more mail-in ballots counted than returned in November, as reported in the official reconciliation report. I've heard earlier, listening to testimony from people saying Harris County, the reason that there were the problems, that there wasn't enough funding. I was getting some information while I was waiting to testify. This isn't a case of not enough funding. What went on in Harris County? In 2018, under our former county clerk, Stan Stannard, the budget for running elections in Harris County was $12 million. Now it's $30 million. And we never had those errors that we did, the problems that we did. And I know because I was actually an election judge in 2018. The machines that didn't work, they spent $53 million on new machines that they were first put into place with the May 2021 election. They're less than 2 years old. Now, I'm a former mayor of a small enclave city in Harris County, and I can tell you that, like many local elected officials, you don't like to see the state have to step in. But this is a case, we have a situation in Harris County that could easily occur in other counties where an EA is grossly mismanaging our elections and the voters currently have no recourse other than to seek a remedy in the courts, either candidates filing election challenges or, in our case, the Harris County Republican Party filing suit against the county and the EA for violating the election code. This Senate bill offers another alternative besides litigation to ensure that there is an oversight mechanism when an EA is not complying with the election code and is mismanaging the elections. I talked about on Monday that this shouldn't be about partisan politics. Our right to vote is a basic right we are promised as citizens of this country. That means when I go to vote, that I should have the confidence that the poll will open on time, that there will be enough voting machines, that they'll actually work, that I will have sufficient and the right size ballot paper, and that my ballot is secured until my vote is accurately recorded. I respectfully request that you support Senate Bill 823 to restore the confidence of Texas voters that if a county won't ensure properly and fairly run elections, that the state can and it will. Thank you all.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Siegel, thank you for coming. And I want to thank you for the budgetary information because I was going to ask you that question. Because there's three narratives that we've heard today that are patently wrong. One is that somehow the elections administrator position in Harris County is underfunded. Now, I believe, we might hear from former county clerk Stan Stannard later, but his entire budget for the presidential election was in the tunes of single-digit $1 million in 2016. It was only in 2018 went to $12 million. But the current budget is how much again, did you say?
It's approximately $30 million.
Right, $30 million. So that is a
two and a half increase, right. 250%.
Right, 250, and still the election was not run properly with a 250% level of funding. So I wanted to take away that one objection because it's not substantiated by the facts. You've heard me discuss the fact that the bills that we are talking about, especially the Marshall bill, was filed before the presidential election. And it was based upon activity that occurred, which that triggered me was the mailing of attempted mailing of over 2 million absentee ballot forms. And those ballots ended up be shredding Senator Mays on the dock at NRG because they lost the Supreme Court case. So all that taxpayer money went up literally into the garbage chute. But I wanted to point out that, again, we've heard a narrative that there's no evidence of anything happening. And yet you have here a brilliantly detailed colored map of KHOU's report of 121 polls with undersupplied by ballot paper. Would you like to elaborate on that?
Well, today I brought you colored, and I need to thank our precinct chair, Russ Long. He's actually over in the House testifying on this same bill. So, it's one thing after the other. And with the primary, after what I saw go wrong, I consulted with our attorneys and I said, what's our recourse here? And I spoke, I think, Senator, I spoke to you. I mean, what can we do to make sure that this doesn't happen again? And we filed a suit a year ago. And Isabel Longoria, the election administrator, she resigned, but she made it effective 3 months later. And during those 3 months, she proceeded to fire people who had been there 10 to 15 years. It's very easy to dismantle and destroy something. It's hard to build something back up. And they have, in Harris County, destroyed the infrastructure that was built up over a series of, decades to make sure that we have fair and secure elections. Additionally, a comment was made, Senator, about, well, it's hard to find election workers. The Republican Party turned in the most candidates to work the polls that we've ever done. We had well over 2,000, I think it was 2,100, 2,200 candidates of people who said, I will step up, I will volunteer, I will be an election judge to work for a term of a year. So it's ridiculous to hear we don't have enough money, we don't have enough people to work the polls. Run the elections, run them according to the law.
Because it's about performance, not about politics. And when you have performance that's this bad, it's easily documented. We'll leave it up to the courts to decide. But when you look at a map like this, there's literally 110 out of the 121 precincts that are in the Republican areas of the county and only 11 that are not. It seems to be a rather concentrated pattern or shot pattern, as my colleague, Senator Birdwell would say. But I think it speaks to the evidence of thousands of people being turned away from the polls. You all have a recent estimate of at least a minimum of how many thousands were turned away?
We've got affidavits that are approximately 2,600, 2,800
right.
of where they estimate they turned away.
One last question. You serve on a 5-member board that supposedly doesn't oversee. You get to either hire or fire an election administrator.
Correct.
Right. And since the last person resigned in place after finding 10,000 ballots they swore to a judge they had already counted, the next election administrator was hired without a background check. And upon arrival, have you asked for the county judge to convene that body again so there can be a discussion? Actually,
we're supposed to meet next Wednesday. Commissioner Ramsey had requested and wondered why we hadn't met. I asked, and we're supposed to meet next Wednesday. The commission actually last summer said that we wanted to have a meeting every quarter.
Well, we have a bill that will help you do that later. But I think at this point in time, I'll give you the last word of what do you think is the most egregious problem with an election like this, because you've had thousands of documented complaints So if you want to summarize the outrage of the Harris County citizens, because these polls, just because they exist in Republican areas, doesn't mean that it was all Republicans that were turned away. And sometimes these were independents, Democrats, Green Party, Libertarian, whoever else, that had already gone to 2 or 3 polls, because if you notice, Mr. Chairman, they might have gone from one poll to the next, but it's because they're right next to each other and they're all out of ballot paper.
So, I mean, it's everything that could go wrong did go wrong. And to try to sweep it under the carpet and say it's because of funding or we don't have enough people, that's ridiculous. And it's ridiculous that the Harris County Republican Party and our candidates are having to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to get this fixed and get it straightened up. Because our only outcome right now, our only solution is we have to go to the courts because the county's not doing it. The election administrator's not doing it, so that's where we are today, and that's why I'd respectfully ask that you all support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator Middleton.
Thank you, Chairman. Cindy, thank you for coming today. The claim that we need more money to fix this is pretty obscene, right? I mean, there are 253 other counties that didn't have a problem, and paper's not all that expensive last time I checked. So, just making sure polling locations have enough of that beforehand is really not a complicated thing. I mean, that's one of the most basic things, actually. And just looking at some of the numbers too, it looks to me like Bexar County spent about $5.7 million on their general election, which, if you true that up to Harris County size, that would be about $13.4 million is what they would have spent. So I'd give Senator Menendez credit for an equivalent size. In other words, if it were the same size as Harris County per capita, that's what it would be. So, Harris County is spending 223% more administering an election, and they can't even get the paper delivered. So this is not a spending problem here. Counties that spend a lot less per capita are getting the job done, and Harris County is not. So this is why this is by design. It's no accident. Unfortunately, some of these answers we don't have yet, right? I mean, we're still in discovery, right, for our election challenges, which is why some of the things we've discussed today are so important. So, at the end of the day, speed matters in this kind of thing, and we still just don't know exactly how many voters were turned away. It was a lot, thousands, but the number, don't know, and we're here to make sure it'll never happen again. So remind me how many election challenges there are again?
There's 21 election challenges, and you all heard Judge Lunsford the other day saying, she didn't this isn't something that she wanted to pursue, but right now, the only way you can address a situation like this, where you have someone so egregiously mismanaging or malfeasance, whether it's intentional or not intentional, the courts will decide that, but that's our only outcome. I mean, we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on legal fees. So there has to be another mechanism where if someone is failing so badly that the state, some independent group, and we're trying to pursue it through the court, but with this bill, there could be the oversight with the Secretary of State that you have someone who steps in and says, we're going to clean this up, we're going to get it right, and we're going to make sure that there's the procedures, there's the controls, there's the infrastructure there to have fair and secure elections.
Is that?
And, without having to file an election challenge or sue the election administrator.
So
thank you.
This one loaded into it.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony, Senators. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy, for coming back 2 days.
We'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 823, and the chair calls Lori Gallagher. Commissioner David Stout, Honorable David Stout, Nicole Pedersen, Katya Erisman, Bill King, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Bill Sargent, Alan Vera. And the chair calls Rui Tuo, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, James Slattery, Charles Reed. And the chair calls Valerie DeBill. And the chair calls Andrew Hendrickson, Lucy Trainer, Grace Pankel. The chair calls Luis Figueroa, Claudia Torres Yanez, Mrs. Sargent, you're in the starting position, so introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. I'm Bill Sargent, former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections in Galveston County, and if I can take and indulge the committee, I'm being called over on the House side to testify over there, so I'll make it quick. And if I can forget the questioning, I would appreciate it. I have a very quick comment on this bill. I, of course, support it, Mr. Bencourt, but I think you have an error on the drafting. If you go under Section 2, you have A, B, C, D, and E, and it says, including any, and then it goes and lists the items that are appropriate. And then after D, it says and. I think you want it to be the word or. So it's not all these things, it's this, or this.
Okay.
Okay?
Bill, Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Go ahead, Senator Betancourt. You're right.
I'd love to refer you to my general counsel, Sonia, so you all can debate that in minutia. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. God bless you. See you later. Back.
Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Charles Reed. I'm here on behalf of the Dallas County Commissioners Court to testify against Senate Bill 823. As you know, we conduct elections based on the laws that y'all pass, and thankfully you only change them every 2 years, so we have time to react to them whenever you do. I do want to point out that our concerns are about the vague language in the Section 2, actually, which was just pointed out. We'd love for that to be a little more specific so that we know what constitutes a violation of those provisions. And then we're also very concerned about frankly, the state taking over our elections department when we know our community, we know how to run elections in our community. And I mean, at the very least, we're asking that we at least get to make the replacement instead of the Secretary of State or the governor, make it the Commissioners Court or make it the Elections Commission, which is a bipartisan commission that is local to the area. We also need to, just for planning purposes, we would like to see a time certain on the replacement. That way we can game plan when the transition is going to happen. Right now, the Secretary of State could just decide that we've met all the requirements, and 2 weeks before presidential, we have to find a replacement for the state-appointed elections administrator. We really don't want to have to deal with that situation, so if we get a time certain just for planning purposes, that would be fantastic. And just want to point out that we conduct free and fair elections. Even the Secretary of State has pointed that out on behalf of counties here in the state of Texas. And we want to continue doing that. We want to continue to work with the legislature to do that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Figueroa, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Luis Figueroa, and I'm the Chief of Legislative Affairs for Every Texan. Thank you for this opportunity. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 823, largely for the same reasons the county just listed out. To put a little bit of a finer point on it, we are concerned about the language in sub 2 that says the Secretary of State has good cause to believe there are recurring pattern of problems. We are concerned that is very broad language. We know we all have tremendous respect for Senator Nelson, now Secretary of State Nelson, but there may be future Secretary of States, including Democrats, who we are worried may use this as a weapon, as a politicized weapon, and may not be happy with election results or may not be happy with a particular local elected official. Having the standard of good cause and recurring patterns, we think it just needs to be defined a little bit more, especially how many constitutes a recurring problem. We do know that in numbers of elections, machines malfunction through no fault or malfeasance. It's just, sometimes they're just not cooperative, just like we've all experienced with our own copy machines or our own machines. So we don't want this to be used as a way to upend our local election officials and on kind of a broad standard. So we would just encourage you to work with the county officials. We think there is, a way to tighten this up where there is a definite issue. I don't want to relitigate Houston. We'll leave that for the courts in Harris County and the issues that you have there. And I understand where you're coming from, Senator Betancourt, on that. But we do want to make sure we don't decrease our confidence in elections and work with the counties and not try to make them, our enemies based on a little bit of a broad standard. So thank you for the opportunity, and we're happy to work with your office on this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Vera, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
We have handouts. Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 823. How much is enough? I've just provided you with handout summaries, not inventories, of serious problems with elections in Harris County over the last few years. Included in the summary, you'll find widespread malfunctioning of equipment, unfair distribution of supplies, delays in reporting election returns, discovery of voted ballots after counting had closed, and serious errors in tabulations. Members, incompetence is the perfect camouflage for malfeasance. Over 2.5 million registered Texas voters are experiencing elections that would be ridiculed in a third world country. Right now, it's Harris County, but that's no guarantee. There's no guarantee it won't happen somewhere else soon. The election code lists no performance or aptitude qualifications for EAs in Texas, none. They only have to be a registered voter in the county, cannot make political contributions to parties or candidates, and they can't be an officer of the political party. Enough is enough. It's time to create a solution for the voters of Harris County and to have a solution ready for voters in any other county in the future whose elections commission hires an unqualified person to administer elections. Please report Senate Bill 823 favorably to the full Senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Traynor, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Lucy Traynor, Republican Party Texas Election Integrity Director. The party fully supports the tenets laid out in Senate Bill 823. Working with the Protect the Vote program under the Republican Party of Texas, we took many calls from poll watchers concerned about the malfunction of voting equipment, missing equipment at hundreds of polling locations. As a matter of fact, it was the most called about problem we received. This created exceptionally long lines and hundreds of voters just walking away, giving up. While there are some matters which cannot be directly blamed on the EA, the guidelines in this bill help direct a more serious examination into the most egregious of circumstances and help specifically address this problem of reoccurring patterns in election offices. We support the accountability measures this bill provides and encourage the Secretary of State to handle these very bad situations and lead when voters are systematically being disenfranchised. This bill has the approval of the SREC Legislative Priorities Committee and the full support of the Republican Party of Texas. Thank you, Chairman and members.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Guys, press the circle for her. Okay, go ahead.
There we go. Thank you so much. Happy to be back here. My name is Katya Erisman. I'm the Voting Rights Program Manager for Common Cause Texas, and we are opposed to this bill, Senate Bill 823. We want to thank you all again for hearing testimony. I know it's going to be a long day. We also run a nonpartisan statewide election hotline, and the majority of the calls that were actually made into that hotline, of which we received tens of thousands, were from voters that were confused about election laws and if they were registered to vote, where they could go vote, and how to cast their mail-in ballot using the new ID requirements. This bill doesn't remedy any of those confusions, of which 9.6 million voters that are registered did not participate in the election. However, if we're breaking down Senate Bill 823, this bill would allow for a partisan appointee that was unelected in the Secretary of State's office to infringe on local control of elections by removing a county administrator at any time, including in a very close election of which could cause chaos. The standards for removal are very low and ill-defined, with additional issues of reporting and transparency requirements. The statute of the bill says that the Secretary of State only needs good cause to believe that a recurring pattern of problems with election administration exists. In counties like Austin or Harris County, a persistent issue of problems could be traffic on I-35. This bill does not accommodate for that. There's no definition of good cause written into the bill, so any version of this bill before it moves to the House floor or to the Senate floor should be remedying that, insofar as it's left currently up to the Secretary of State's discretion, which allows for politically targeted removals or no transparency as to what the issue of removal, of cause of removal was, which could not be reported to the County Commissioner's Court, of which currently oversee the office. The election administrator could then, in its current state of the bill, be replaced with an election administrator selected by the Secretary of State and serve indefinitely or until determined in a recurring pattern. Local appointees like chiefs of police or fire departments have processes in place for firing and replacing that appointed office with a nonpartisan or bipartisan governing board or the county commissioner's court. There is no reason as to why this bill is necessary to change or subvert local authority in order to remedy and fix that office. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here.
Mr. Chairman, just want to make a comment. Appreciate all your comments. We'll pass them on to the House author, Tom Oliverson, as well. Thank you.
The chair now calls Lori Gallagher. Commissioner David Stout, I see Mr. Slattery. If I called your name previously, have a seat, Mr. Slattery, welcome. If I called your name previously, there wasn't a seat for you, please come on down. And we're also looking for Lori Gallagher, Commissioner David Stout, Nicole Pedersen, Valerie DeBille, Marie Tuot, Grace Pankel, Marcia Strickler, Claudia Torres Yanez, Dr. Laura Presley, Jamila English, Bill King, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Russ Long, Catherine Williams, Chris Harris, Julie Gramillion, Palwasha Sharwani, and James Keller. Okay, make your way on down, and if I called your name, there's still a couple of seats. Ms. Keller, come on down. And Ms. Slattery, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. James Slattery with the Texas Civil Rights Project, opposing this bill. This bill would allow the Secretary of State, an unelected political appointee of the most powerful partisan official in the state, to effectively seize control of local election administration on the flimsiest of pretexts and retain that control indefinitely with next to no accountability or transparency. The standard is so minimal that in theory it could be satisfied by a single broken election machine. The Secretary does not even have to determine there was an actual problem in the election. They merely need to have good cause to believe there was a reoccurring pattern of problems. Once the Secretary invokes this power, there are practically no checks on the exercise of their power. There is no apparent mechanism provided for a county or election administrator to challenge that decision or for an impartial third party to adjudicate the challenge. At least under the initial version of the bill, the Secretary could appoint a replacement for an indefinite period of time until they decide in their unfettered discretion that the problem has been rectified. There are no reporting requirements for the Secretary to explain to the public or other government officials the basis of their decisions, their appointees' progress in rectifying the problem, or a timeline for restoration of local control of elections. Texas election law already provides many other avenues to address problems in election administration. For instance, election administrators can be removed by the local election commission and the commissioner's court, who in turn can be removed by eligible voters of that county if they do not exercise effective oversight, and aggrieved voters can file litigation without the need for a mechanism like this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name and give us your testimony.
Dr. Laura Presley, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Betancourt, for this new bill. What I'd like to do is for you to consider adding some items to this that are not here already. The items I would like you to consider are those that there are criminal penalties for violations thereof. Candidates can't prove fraud if the evidence of the fraud is withheld from coming forward. We would like you to add obstruction of watchers, which is already a Class A misdemeanor. We'd like you to add, if the election administrator and their staff prints results before the polls close. We have examples of Travis County, Williamson County, Dallas County. The audit logs show that the absentee or early vote results are printed from the central accumulator days prior to the polls closing. We have it on the audit logs. It's a criminal offense. We have on the audit logs activities are going on at central count and the watchers cannot get in. We would like you to add those items, which are criminal penalties, to this list. Also, we'd like you to consider adding, if the county repeatedly continues that their live stream video is not on for where the ballots are and where they're being transferred to and from. Dallas County, Williamson County repeatedly have these issues. This is how ballots can get counterfeited and replaced. So we'd like you to consider adding these. I'm here for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. All right. Hi. Please state your name and give us your testimony. Thanks for being here.
Well, thank you. So my name is Ray Twell. Again, I'm from Katy, Texas. I'm here representing myself against this bill. Since the previous two testifiers have so eloquently speak about the technicality of the bill, so I'm going to speak like a private citizen, just a constituent voter. And this bill, again, to me, like I said, it just looks like a voter suppression, that the Secretary of State has the power to act on innuendos and lies with no oversight to take over an entire county elected officials' decisions. That is just wrong. I'm going to say that just looks like Chinese Communist Party again. My family didn't come here to experience the same oppression again. And this is just wrong. Texas is the second most populous state in the United States, and this is where it's heading down to. It's disheartening. And American dream is not just buying the house and the cars, it's to be able to participate in the democracy process in the greatest democracy in the world. And what you're doing is showing the world that we're not the shining capital on the hills anymore, that y'all are just power grabbing, power hungry, ready to do anything to keep power. Instead of trying to win the hearts and souls of voters like me, now, you're just like doing whatever you can and acting like we don't exist and we're powerless. We do have power. And eventually it will catch up to you. And I hope you understand that. Thank you. Any
Thank you for your
questions?
testimony. Please state your name and give us your testimony. Welcome.
My name is James Keller from Hayes County. I am in support of this bill. Like Dr. Presley, I would like to add a few things. There might be a little bit of overlap here. If there is to this list of items that if there is a pattern of repeats, if there's a significant disparity between the poll book number and the number of ballots, that's a problem. If there were more ballots than there were voters, somebody did something wrong. And I think that's pretty obvious. That passes the fourth grader test. A fourth grader could understand that. So I think that should be added to the list. Another thing, the failure to consecutively number the ballots as mandated by the Texas Constitution, and these are not matters of innuendo, these are matters of record, by the way. The third item would have to go with the obstruction of poll watchers. And I have spoken to a number of people who were obstructed. I'm reminded of a poll watcher named Zimmerman, who in the 2016 election was shut out from the central count in Dallas. And he watched through the window from the press room. He glued himself to the window, and he told me that he watched the cursor on the central accumulator moving while no one was sitting at the computer. Now that's a real problem. And the witness of poll watchers is very important in capturing evidence of fraud. So even one obstruction of a poll watcher can blow the credibility of an election. What does it mean if a county administrator proclaims there was no proof of election fraud whatsoever, when that same official disallowed the viewing of the evidence?
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thanks you for your testimony. Laura, I would need to go back to you. So you have a log, so you did an open records request, and so you've got an absolute, log that in Dallas and Williamson or Travis, what county logs do you have that show that absentee ballots were printed before the election night?
Williamson, Travis, and what was the other one I said?
Williamson and Travis.
And Dallas.
And you can see this is multiple days in advance.
Yes.
So it's not like that afternoon that they're trying to get ready to release the unofficial results. This is clearly...
It's a print of the results before the polls close.
How many days in advance?
Saturday.
Wow.
I have it in Williamson. I can give it to you probably tomorrow. And I'll be honest with you, Collin County's done it too. We caught it on the audit logs, printing the results before the polls close. Now, we raised that issue to the Collin County county judge, and it stopped. It stopped. But it's still...
Well, that's quite disconcerting. And I think in Harris County, we actually had a release of information. Even though the county went and got the polls open for an additional hour, they went ahead and released the information during that extra hour.
Yes.
And so that was another reason why everything that's on this list here, A through E, has happened in Harris County in a significant way. And Frank, to you on your question, you said you've got poll watchers that were obstructed after the passage of SB 1. That's obviously, under law going to be much more difficult to do. But they're just sunshine. And so why do you think there's such a complete problem in the central count environment? Because I want to separate that from a polling place in the field. But central count seems to be a constant source of issues between poll watchers and election officials, to the point where I think it was the Deputy Secretary of State had to convince the now resigned election administrator in Harris County not to toss out all of the poll watchers out of central count. Why do you think this is occurring? Frank?
Well,
I
think because
I can't hear it, but I'll let Laura take it.
I think, Senator Betancourt, it matters who counts the vote. The vote count is it.
The big numbers are at the central count.
That's right.
In other words, with the stroke of a computer key, you can steal thousands of votes. Stealing the ballots or manufacturing counterfeit ballots, mail-in ballots, that's real work. Those are handmade. But in the computer, there's some code. There are clues. For instance, when you listen to the serial numbers that they call out as they're reading the serial numbers off of the memory sticks, and then one of them suddenly has a very different serial number. And then all of a sudden, that one is unreadable. Oh, we're going to have to reread it from the original machine. And then you got to ask the question, was there a virus that was just inserted in the machine when they put that memory stick? There are all kinds of details that only being there can reveal, and as a pattern can show fraud.
And it's like 17.
Right, and Frank, in the first audit report from Harris County, there are 17 MBBs that have problems with chain of custody, to the point where their serial numbers are changed from the field to central count. And that included 184,999 votes. So that's one of the issues that you find in audits, and that was actually the reason why Secretary of State John Scott at that point in time sent a letter to the new election administrator, Clifford Tatum, said, don't do this again. And he did get an affirmative response that they would not have that happen. And apparently that has not happened, but even though many other problems happen in Harris County. But that's one of the reasons why you have audits and have audits, especially of the central county area. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Thank you all. Appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 823? If you are, love to hear from you. All right. Seeing none, public testimony is now closed.
Are they here? Who's this?
Yeah, Cindy.
Okay. Let's try it. Thank you.
Senator Betancourt, you are recognized to lay out Senate Bill 1933.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. I do have a committee substitute for Senate Bill 1933. As a result of the 2021 legislature, the Secretary of State is auditing 4 counties' elections every 2 years, 2 large counties and 2 smaller counties. The math of this, there's approximately 20 larger counties, and so they're on a path of being audited once every 10 years. However, the smaller counties are 2 out of 234, which would mean they would be audited once every 117 years, which seems to be an extended period of time. This bill would allow the Secretary of State to randomly select additional smaller counties to audit during a 2-year period if they complete the audit of the smaller counties. Additionally, this bill would only require an audit of all elections on uniform dates. The committee substitute would allow Secretary of State to expand the audit beyond the uniform dates to other elections if the results of the audit indicate concerns. The first SOS performed audit in Harris County of 2020 found a literally appalling record-keeping scenario where lack of documentation for 309,629 cast votes. That's 309,629 casted votes. 20% of the vote. Poor training. This was back when drive-through voting was being used, which was not supported by the election code. Misplaced records, including 46,000 mail ballots, and the list can go on because records were unretrieved because the machines that they used were effectively not able to use the data disk drives. So they didn't have the software to be able to run the data disks after the election. So all that information was lost. So under the committee substitute, if an audit of the Secretary of State identifies a pattern of recurring problems with election administrator that can impede free exercise of citizens voting, the Secretary would be required to recommend the county for administrative oversight. The committee substitute would allow the Secretary to order administrative oversight if there is an immediate administrative election complaint, and the Secretary's good cause to believe for the same 5 or 6 issues that we've seen in the last bill. Oversight period would be for a stated period of time, not shorter than a year. This conservator period is the same theory as the school district conservators. The oversight would be terminated. Only Secretary of State reports no further oversight is required. Additionally, Secretary of State determines the free exercise of a substantial number of citizens' voting rights were impeded during 2 countywide elections during the preceding 2 years. Secretary of State may immediately appoint a conservator. Secretaries then would include administrative oversight in conjunction with the conservator. So you have basically 2 steps here to go through. One is administrative oversight. The second is a conservator. However, with Harris County, has suffered constant election issues for the last 2 cycles, which demands immediate problem. Harris County leadership failed to respond, and we'll talk about that in another bill because we've requested information from legislative office, still haven't gotten it. So the committee substitute Senate Bill 1933 would put the responsibility of elections and voter registration back in the responsible hands of the county clerk and elections administrator. At some point in time, we have one invited speaker, Cindy Siegel, Harris County Republican Party Chair.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Senator Betancourt sends up the committee sub to Senate Bill 1933. Members, are there any questions?
Yeah.
All right. If not, the chair calls Cindy Siegel.
Okay. Thank you. Got it.
Please state your name for the record. Welcome again.
My name is Cindy Siegel. I am the chairman of the Harris County Republican Party. Here in support of this bill. Thank you, Vice Chair, senators that are still with us. Harris County has become the poster child of everything that you don't want, how an election shouldn't be run. I felt a lot this last year, the kids' game that they call whack-a-mole. That was the way we were dealing with the election in Harris County. There's no recourse for us other than to pursue the courts. That's why we need to have a mechanism when they fail an audit or they grossly mismanage an election, that there's a mechanism that the Secretary of State, which is, I think, the obvious group, the obvious entity to put this oversight with. People prior testimony talked about voter rights and voter suppression, and everyone throws that around today. But, my voter rights were infringed upon when I went to vote in the primary, and the EA had moved my judge and told her that she couldn't work there. So they didn't have a poll. My voter rights were infringed upon. The people who went to vote, the soccer mom who, has the kids in the car, they're tired, they've been at practice, they need to go home and do homework, and it's 6 o'clock, and they go to vote, and there's no voting, there's no ballot paper. And they don't want to spend the next hour driving around. The voter rights, the rights of my election judge, you heard testimony from them. The woman who was an election judge and they ran out of paper and the voter got so mad that they spit on her. And it wasn't her fault. I would echo what Alan Vera said earlier. When is enough enough? And you can sit and say, this is Harris County's problem. But the reality is it could be everyone's problem. There's nothing to stop for the same sort of behavior, the same sort of mismanagement, whether it was intentional or unintentional, happening in other counties. There has to be a mechanism other than suing or an election challenge to be able to get elections that are run fairly and according to the law. You know, they talked about the Secretary of State being an appointed position, and you have someone overseeing a county. Well, the reality is our county commissioners took away a few years ago my right as a voter. I voted for a county clerk to run the elections. They took that right away from the voters and they gave it to an election administrator who's appointed. And yeah, I serve on that election commission, but I'm one of 5 people. And what's happening in Harris County is they're trying to shut down and not talk about it. They won't shine the light on it. And that's why we're suing. That's why there are 21 election challenges. But it's ridiculous that we've gotten to the point that that's the only way that we can get a fair election in Harris County. Enough is enough. We need your help.
Thank you so much. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Thank you. I want to correct my record here because this there was a line I read that this would put the responsibility of election voters back in the responsible into the county elected officials. That's actually another bill that's coming up. So I want to withdraw that because, see, when you make a mistake, you need to be able to admit it. The problem we got in Harris County is they make a mistake and they won't admit it. And then you've got multiple TV stations, the entire media chasing the county judge and chasing the election administrator. And to your knowledge, besides releasing one report that said that the Astros were responsible for part of the problem because of their parade, have they made any public statements to your knowledge?
I mean, everything is we don't know. We're looking at it. It'll be interesting next Wednesday to see if Clifford Tatum answers those questions. But the county commissioners, they won't let him answer.
Right.
County Commissioner Tom Ramsey tried to get in an open meeting, a public meeting. I mean, the voters deserve an answer, and they're shutting them down. And if we can't get our duly elected officials to clean up the mess and run fair elections, you're left with pursuing an alternative through the courts or legislatively, and that's why I'm here.
Right, and thank you because you've consistently stood and for the truth, just like the candidates that have filed, because they're really trying to find the truth of what happened in the election. So I just want to make it clear to the public that this bill would allow additional audits for smaller counties, plus allow the Secretary of State to include administrative oversight in conjunction with the conservator at that point in time. And so I want to thank you for your testimony.
Can I add one thing, Senator?
I
know
like
that
the
audit that came back, I mean, what they were reporting, and I think you've got people from representing the Secretary of State, but the election administrator at that time, Isabel Longoria, wouldn't let any of her staff speak to him. The other thing was this election, the Secretary of State said we're going to send in, and I'm probably not using the right term, but an observer. I mean, the county commissioner, the county judge, the election administrator, they went ballistic. Why are you sending them in? They went to, I think, the Department of Justice, and we're trying to get them to come in and stop it, you know, which is already in the law, where the Secretary of State can send someone in to observe the election.
Well, thank
we need to shine the light.
No, I agree. And thank you for your testimony, because this bill and Senate Bill 823 are looking at statewide issues of what happens when you have an election administrator that either couldn't or wouldn't or don't, simply cannot function in their job. We do have another bill that's going to be specific to Harris County solution coming up shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. All right, the chair opens public testimony and calls Yasmin Smith, Lori Gallagher, Elizabeth Garretts, Valerie DeBille, Ray Tuo, and Alice Yee. Charles Cruz, Camilla Factory, Marcia Strickler, Danita Jones, Laura Presley, all right, and if anyone else is making their way, go on and keep doing that, but we'll go on and get started. Thank you for being here. Please state your name and for the record, and then give us your testimony, please.
Thank you. My name is Camilla Factory. I'm the Central Texas Regional Organizer for Black Voters Matter Fund, and I'm here to oppose this bill today. I'm also going to be testifying on behalf of my colleague unofficially because I understand it's on my time. My name is Danita Jones. I'm here today representing Black Voters Matter, and I live in Garland, Texas. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 1933 because it is a blatant attempt to use baseless evidence of problems during the 2022 general election in Harris County to justify disenfranchising voters of color for partisan gain. Over 60% of Texans, white population, live in the 248 counties not covered by this bill, whose election results cannot be canceled on baseless claims. On the other hand, around 66% of Texans of color live in the 6 counties that will be covered by this bill and can have their elections canceled on a whim. As an organizer in many of the affected counties, I spend my time speaking with residents and grassroots organizations on various ways to empower their communities by utilizing their vote as their voice. Bills like SB 1933 are written to silence these voters. There is not one day that goes by that I do not hear a resident state, "Why bother to vote?" They, meaning you, will only find a way to silence us, which is extremely ridiculous, and that's exactly what this bill does. As a mother to 4 eligible voters, I too have this conversation with my children on the importance of continuing to vote. But as young adults, they are very honest with me, telling me, "Mom, you're fighting for something they never wanted us to have to begin with." Because this bill will nullify the notion of one person, one vote. On behalf of all Texas Black and brown voters, please do not silence us. Let our vote be our voice as it is guaranteed by the Constitution. Please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized.
Ms. Jones, this bill is not bracketed. This bill 1933 applies to all 254 counties. It does not apply just to 4 or 6 counties that you allege here. It is a bill that applies to the entire state. So I respect everybody's that they have an opinion, but it has to be based upon fact. So this is not correct because this bill is a 254 county bill. It's not bracketed to 6 counties. And I'm sorry, this written testimony is incorrect, and your verbal testimony is. I just want to make sure you understand.
If I understand correctly, you're saying that my individual experience as a Black woman in the state of Texas is incorrect?
No, ma'am, what I'm saying exactly, and I'm going to read it into the record.
I understand the factual claim that you're making.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you. Right. Is that over 60% of Texas' white population lives in 248 counties not covered by this bill? Ms. Jones, this is just not correct. The bill is 254 counties. It applies to everywhere in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm Dr. Laura Presley. Thank you, Senator Betancourt, for this bill. It really begs the question, should we, with regard to the Secretary of State audits, should we do breadth versus depth? I think we really should consider that. I actually have read the 359-page audit that the Secretary of State did for the 2020 elections, And I want to let you know what the audit did not include. The audit did not include auditing the physical ballots versus the computerized vote results. That was shocking to me, that there was no looking at the physical ballots and double checking if that matched what the computer said. The second thing it did not include, and I've got this in my attachment on the pages of the audit where this is documented, the early vote results tapes, which document 65 to 70% of the vote. It's a memorialization of the vote results. They never compared those tapes to what the main computer put out as a public result. I was a little surprised, very surprised at that. The third one that was very concerning to me, the audit log that shows the number of ballots counted, which is all done by polling location, was never compared to the precinct level canvassed results, because the audit log's in vote center and the report to the public and canvasses by precinct. You cannot apples to apples compare that. And there's one more thing I'd like to say if you would ask me a question. I got 4 seconds, and 2 of my people are not here, so you get back 4 minutes.
Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Presley. Members, any questions? All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here. Go ahead and state your name, and
my name's Rachel.
Yeah, great.
Sorry, I apologize for interrupting you. My name's Rachel. I'm from Katy, Texas, and I'm registering to against this bill. So I, in my previous 2 testimonies, I did not bring up that I also worked as an election worker for several elections, and the amount of work that we put in, including the election office, is tremendous to make sure that all the votes are counted, everybody gets to vote. I personally had being on the phone with the election administration to make sure that we find the voter registration. Because sometimes the machine doesn't have all the election voter registration, so sometimes you call in and they'll find the voters. And that's the extent of everybody trying to make sure that elections is free and fair. And for somebody to come in, I don't know what doctor she is, but I don't know what she's talking about when she says all those things. Maybe she's misunderstanding. Maybe it's just something she heard. I don't know. But I was on the ground. I was working the elections. And the elections always have winners or losers. And in a democracy, that's okay, because, eventually some will win and some will lose. And then you switch parties, you turn around. And that's how we voters keep parties in check. And y'all's party have been in power for 30 years. And look at where we are at right now. And you're even doubling down on taking away our voting rights using these voter suppression tactics. I, as an individual voter, am very disheartened.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. Thank you both. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against the committee substitute to Senate Bill 1933? Seeing none, public testimony is closed. The chair recognizes Senator Betancourt. Chair lays out Senate Bill 1750 and recognizes the author, Senator Betancourt, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We do have a committee substitute for Senate Bill 750. I'll explain it very quickly.
Chair sends up the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1750.
Thank you. I think we've talked about the problems in Harris County. This bill will effectively transition the election administrator back to the Harris County clerk and tax assessor collector from the appointed position of elections administrator. The bill as originally filed had actually had other counties involved. We sent out a survey request to the other major election administrators, received positive responses from 3 of them. I think a 4th was verbal or came in, that we used the 5 major categories of issues. The information came back that were not problems in the other major counties using election administrator, but there is in Harris County. So as a result, we've got a committee substitute that basically says would abolish the role of elections administrator in counties with a population of over 3.5 million. The county clerk would assume again the role of election administrator, and the tax assessor collector would again assume the role of the voter registrar. I had former county clerk Sam Sandert was here to speak. His wife became ill, so they've just left the building apparently. But I want to point out that this is a bill that's designed to return elections to elected representatives in Harris County. They happen to be of a different party of mine, but I believe that the incompetence shown by the election administrator in both of them in 2022 demands action. This is a bill that brought to me by Representative Briscoe Kane. It is now bracketed to Harris County only, and if this bill, if adopted, would return elections to the elected officials, who I might say that, and with my experience of at least 30 years of having almost no problems compared to the massive problems that we have here. So this bill would return elections back to the elected representatives, the county clerk and the tax assessor. That I think we'll have Al Vera will be, I think, replacing Mr. Stannard.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Do you have any other questions for yourself?
No, but unless you would like to ask them.
I think you did such a great job. I do not have any questions for you. So thank you very much. So the chair calls Alan Vera. Thanks for being here, Mr. Vera. And please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of SB 1750. We've kind of brought this bill on ourselves. For decades in Texas, elections were well run by the county clerks. In mid-sized and larger counties, the county clerk had an employee whose primary responsibility was to run the elections. That person worked directly under the authority and supervision of the elected county clerk, and things went pretty well. But then, in statute, we established the appointed office of Elections Administrator in Texas. And when we established that office, we created absolutely no requirements in terms of education, experience, credentials, basic math skills, reading comprehension, logistics, data analysis, nothing. Look at the code and you'll see. The only qualifications for this office are: must be a registered voter of the county served, cannot make contributions to candidates or parties, cannot serve as an officer of a party, and the office is not accountable to the voters. Well, that guarantees us the cream of the crop. The qualifications in code are no indication at all of whether the individual can consistently plan and execute an increasingly complex election process in a large county. In Texas, we've essentially declared that anybody can be an election administrator. Anybody. Shame on us. We've now seen 2 successive years of third world elections run by an elections administrator in the state's largest county. And there's nothing in statute or practice that guarantees that blight might not spread to other large counties as they continue to grow and as the election process becomes even more complex. The problems are inherent in statute and in the lack of accountability that we've purposely engineered into the office. We need to step back and rethink the entire concept. Band-aids aren't going to work. But while we're thinking about restructuring it, we shouldn't expect the voters in our largest county to suffer further because of our lack of foresight. So we urge you to support SB 1750, or report SB 1750 favorably to the full Senate. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Senator Betancourt, any questions?
Thank you, Al, for your testimony. Al, you've been in elections for how long?
14 years.
Right. The election division of the county clerk was repeatedly acknowledged as one of the premier election outfits in the country. Tony Cervello, Beverly Kaufman. I had a chance to work with them as the voter registrar, but they were nationally recognized on election methodology, and obviously Beverly was a well-known elected official. True?
True.
Now, as voter registrar at the time, I can remember handling 55,000 live phone calls and answering them within 4 seconds. And if we had an election judge on the line, we answered them like that with the county attorney. Do you remember that period?
I remember.
So 20 years later, we've seen effectively a denouement of elections acumen that has been accelerated by an election administrator that resigned, fired many of the middle management, and then a new election administrator appointed. And after that appointment, we now have the first ever major election in the country that had 121 undersupplied polls of ballot paper. Am I missing anything?
You're not. And what's frustrating to me was I went and made a presentation to the Election Commission while the search was on for a new EA, and I laid out a very clear list of qualifications and proven experiences that they should look for in the next person. Unfortunately, they ignored those and simply picked someone on the basis of political connections.
And you're a Republican ballot security chairman.
That's correct.
And you're supporting a bill that would return the elections to 2 Democrat elected officials.
That's correct.
And you believe that's a better solution than leaving it in the hands of the current election administrator that either couldn't or wouldn't get 4 million ballot sheets out of the warehouse to the polls on Election Day?
Without question, if only because they're accountable to the voters, I believe the 2 Democrats currently holding the offices of county clerk and tax assessor, collector, voter registrar would do a much better job than the current EA.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. And we will now open public testimony for committee substitute to Senate Bill 1750. The chair calls Susanna Carranza, Lori Gallagher, Elizabeth Garretts, Valerie DeBille, Ray Tuo, Alice Yee, Charlie Cruz, Lucy Traynor, Marcia Strickler, Palwasha Sherwani, Laura Presley, Cindy Siegel, Charles Reed, James Keller. All right, thank you all for coming. We look forward to hearing your testimony. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Charles Reed. I'm here on behalf of the Dallas County Commissioners Court. I missed the layout because I left at a very unfortunate time, but I think I've heard that the substitute changes the bracket to a single county.
3.5 million.
Great. I would like to change my position to on this bill because.
So you're changing your position to on. Okay,
Yes.
we've got it noted. Thank you.
We're no longer in it. We support our elections administrator model. It's a great bipartisan model. And so I really appreciate Chairman Betancourt and
Have a good
his
weekend.
effort on this. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I will see you on Monday.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Lucy Traynor, Republican Party of Texas. I'm representing myself in this capacity. Senate Bill 715 offers an excellent solution to the many problems we witnessed during the primary and the general with unelected bureaucrats making important decisions for our electorate that they don't even represent. We witnessed this time and again in our suburban counties. Grassroots activists would walk away feeling very disillusioned and discouraged when serving as election workers and poll watchers, when they were dismissed when they had legitimate questions about possible fraud and what they had witnessed. If this position is accountable to the public, the chances of our workers who want to serve in the election and getting placed are significantly higher. So many people I personally know had wanted to work but were told no. They served as a poll watcher instead, but then were dismissed even in that capacity by election officials which really seemed like an exclusive club of longtime friends who would not take input from new people. 1750 is a good solution to an embedded problem we have witnessed in the running of elections. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
My name is Cindy Siegel. I'm the chairman of the Harris County Republican Party, here in support of this bill, representing the Republican Party. I would just echo what Senator Betancourt said. This would return the running of elections in Harris County to elected county clerk and tax assessor. I serve on the Elections Commission with both of those women. They are from the other party, but they have experience, and I can tell you that they would run an election a lot better than what we've experienced in the last year, 2 years. And furthermore, if they don't, there isn't this layer in between an election administrator and the voter. They would be having to directly report to the voters if they failed, as bad as the election administrator has been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt, any questions?
Now, I just want to make sure that I want everyone to hear this, okay? I've got the state Republican Party and the local county Republican Party, and looking at the problems in Harris County are so severe that a solution you would consider is returning it back to elected officials, because they're A, accountable to the public, and B, performance matters, and C, the historical record is clearly the elected officials had a much better performance by any measurement humanly possible than these last two election administrators. And they do happen to be Democrats, even though you two ladies are Republican.
Correct.
Just want to make sure. Shocking but true. But that tells you it's not about politics, it's about performance. Y'all want to comment? Both, either one.
I would agree with that. I mean, and knowing both, in basically the last year, getting to know both of those elected officials, they would do a lot better job. And they have the, voters that are going to hold them accountable. There's no in-between, there's no, buffer where the voters with the EA
right, they don't have to
do anything.
Right. These elected officials stand every 2 years. They, while their budgets are approved by Commissioner's Court, they're not a complete thrall, as the elections administrator apparently is at this point, at least in my opinion. And they do have some independence. And they're responsible. So I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
See, because this is, again, Madam Chair, and the audience that's listening, this is about performance. It's about a lack of performance. It's a catastrophic lack of performance in Harris County. And one more election, and I'll ask both of you this, one more election cycle like this, where we have thousands of people turned away from the polls, where we have these type of total lack of transparency, where we have 21 election challenges. In your opinion, what would happen to the public's belief in elections in the nation's third largest county if we take no action at all and leave the elections administrator without a conservator, without a replacement, without any oversight at all?
People won't show up to vote?
No, I think that's a very good chance.
And I've been fighting that battle for the last 2 years. When I took over in December 2020, I heard from the voters saying, people that I've known for a long time saying, I'm just really frustrated. I'm not sure my vote's going to count. And when things like this happen, that just reinforces the belief, like, why bother? Mm-hmm. I've heard it from our election judges. I've heard it from our precinct chairs. I've heard it from our activists. I hear it from candidates. Mm-hmm. They're not going to want to run because they feel like, well, was it Was it fair? It's one thing to lose and you know that the election fairly reported the results, but you wouldn't have 21 challenges if they didn't believe that there's some question there.
I want to thank you all both for coming, because Harris County is not too big to fail. It's already failed in 2022 miserably, but it's too big to ignore, because the state can't afford this type of problem in Harris County, and neither can the residents of Harris County. Because one more cycle like this, there will be absolutely no belief that elections matter in Harris County. I don't think, regardless of what party you're in. And I want to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator, for your work on this.
Yeah.
Thank you both for your testimony. Thank you, Senator Betancourt. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, or against the committee sub for Senate Bill 1750? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 2071 and recognizes its author, Senator Betancourt, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There is a substitute for Senate Bill 2071.
Chair lays out the committee substitute for Senate Bill 2071 and recognizes Senator Betancourt to explain the difference.
According to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 22 states and Washington, D.C. provide for automatic or mandatory recounts, which are conducted if the margin between the top two candidates is within certain parameters. The threshold to trigger automatic recount ranges from a margin of 1% to only 1 in the case of a tie. The most common trigger is 0.5%. Senate Bill 2071 establishes the process for an automatic recount if the candidate of the ballot measure for the approval by the voters is either approved or defeated by 0.5%. From this initial recount sampling, it will be conducted to sample the following for discrepancies: 100% of the electronic ballots, 5% of the early ballots voted by mail, 5% of the polling place locations established for early voting, and 5% of the polling locations established for Election Day. Lastly, if they're determined there are any discrepancies of 1% or greater of any of these four categories based upon the statistical sample, then a full recount for election will be ordered. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 2071 strikes the bond election requirement that the bill covers all measures submitted to the voters for automatic approval. We do have one invited witness, Chuck DeVore from TPPF, to speak. And I want to point out this was a beginning, and I think Dr. Presley will remember, this is a part of what was the original audit bill that was passed by the Senate 2 years ago in special sessions, that there was basically a sampling, and then once the sampling was confirmed, that you did a full recount based upon an initial sample first, but the recount would cover 100% of electronic ballots, 5% of early voting ballots by mail, 5% of polling places established for early voting, and 5% of polling locations.
Thank you, Senator Betancourt, and you explained that very well. I do not have any questions at this time. The chair calls Chuck DeVore. You should sit right in the middle. Thanks for being here. Please state your name for the record and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members. My name is Chuck DeVore. I'm here on behalf of the Texas Public Policy Foundation to speak in support of this measure, Senate Bill 2071. As Senator Betancourt mentioned, he, in his layout, talked about the various triggers that would cause this new process to go into effect. And I think what's interesting about this is when you look at how votes are counted and how they are tabulated, it's important to understand that there are different processes and different safeguards inherent within each of the categories that the senator laid out, whether it's early mail-in ballots, whether it's early in-person, whether it's on Election Day, as well as then the electronic method of tabulating 100% of that. And then, again, I think it's very prudent that if any one of those categories is off by 1% or more, then it triggers an automatic recount if the results of the election were within 0.5%. Now, why I think this is important is under existing recount rules, the contest has to be within 10%, and it could include, of course, some sort of a ballot proposition, or if the total number of votes cast for all people running for office is under 1,000 votes. That's the process by which you can request a recount. And then the challenge is the money involved. Someone who's going to request a recount, or a group of 25 people in the case of a ballot proposition, or someone who is an interested party of the ballot proposition, they have to pony up $60 for each polling location if the election process was done by paper, or $100 for each electronic location. Plus there's service charges involved. And so these costs can add up pretty quickly. And then, as we've learned over the last several days, and indeed over the last few years, when we've seen some questions about the integrity of elections, not only in Texas but in other places around the country, what we see is that the more information you can give voters, the more opportunities you can show voters that the system is working and that the system cares about their ballot and the results of the election. I think each incremental step we take restores just a little bit more faith in the process. And that's what I see as one of the big advantages of this measure, is that you'll see perhaps just a few more of these automatic recounts that, as Senator Betancourt has very prudently laid out, are fairly low cost, because it's really just a kind of a sampling or a canvas of the results and looking for irregularities that might then trigger a larger, more extensive recount. So thank you very much for your time, members, and again, support this measure.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chuck, you've served in another legislature before, as well as obviously closely watched this. These recount provisions are pretty common nationally because it's a way to avoid an argument. Boy, if you have a recount, then, and that's because you hit the problem. Under current Texas law, recounts are enormously expensive for candidates, and especially in large urban areas. In addition, Mr. Chairman, we passed a bill just a little bit ago that actually changed the recount timing because it could fall on a holiday or a weekend, and we extended that. But this would actually allow for an immediate, effectively, canvass if there was a problem before anyone else would be involved. Because again, what gets measured gets fixed. What am I missing here? Is there anything that makes an automatic recount like this bad public policy?
No, sir, there's not. And I think it's also important for members to understand that a recount is definitely not an election contest. That is a legal challenge. Right. This is a procedural issue. And the other thing that I think that bears mentioning is that under this new provision, if there is a problem, in other words, if in any of these four categories there is a variance of 1% or more, the cost of the entire recount is going to be borne by the entity that held the election. And again, I think that that's very proper, because what you're doing is you're putting a burden on that public or the political unit that frankly didn't do a good job. And that's why it triggered this automatic recount. And again, why should the burden be on the individual, whether the candidate or the ballot proposition committee, to pony up what could be several tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars ahead of time to be able to prove that the election was run properly?
Right, because the bottom line is, if there is a close election, everyone should have some assurance that the numbers are correct.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your testimony.
Members, any other questions for the witness? Thanks for being here.
Thank you, members.
We'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 2071, 2071, and the chair calls Valerie DeBill. Committee substitute, thank you. Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, Camilla Factory, Dr. Laura Presley, James Keller, Again, we're looking for Valerie DeBille, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, Camilla Factory, Dr. Laura Presley, James Keller. And those are all the witnesses we have registered to testify on, for or against Senate Bill 2071. Ms. Factory, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. Good evening now. My name is Camilla Factory. I'm the Central Texas Regional Organizer for Black Voters Matter Fund, and I'm here to oppose this bill. This bill is a major attempt to gaslight current and future voters about their autonomous decision concerning the future of this state. To recount the autonomous decision of any voter insinuates voter fraud, whereas the only instance of fraudulent behavior in the entirety of this bill is its creation. The insinuation of a discrepancy disregards a voter's ability or inability to make a decisive decision about the future of Texas. This bill requires a tedious process for individuals who give their time and attention to serving their community by working elections, forcing additional procedures, longer hours, and more criteria for a current election worker or future election worker to meet. I ran here, give me a second. And finally, the Secretary of State shall, regarding the bill and the language, the Secretary of State shall adopt rules and procedures for the implementation of this section is also very vague. The wording in this bill is vague, but more importantly, to recount something like it disenfranchises an entire vote. Like for future voters, for former voters, for current voters, this is an exhaustive process when we already have a system that works in some people's opinion. But I think that I know that the automatic recount of certain elections is a waste. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. But more importantly, we should be encouraging voters in the autonomous decisions that they make for the representatives that they choose to elect. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Presley, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Laura Presley. Senator Betancourt, I respect you incredibly. I do. And this concerns me a little bit, the way this is worded, with the 5% of the early voting ballots by mail and then 5% of the polling place locations. When you have a very small margin that you're looking for error, with this is 0.05%.
Right.
You have to increase the sample to identify and capture that margin. And I've included in the handout a graph on page 3 that shows the asymptotic approach as you get smaller and smaller for the error. Your sample size increases exponentially. So I'm very concerned professionally. My professional opinion is that for this small of an error that we're looking for, that 5% of that sampling just is not appropriate. I just mathematically, in my personal and professional opinion, it doesn't work. So, I respect you incredibly. I'd like you to potentially reconsider this very carefully. And the other thing is, I want to raise this, and I have 30 seconds. In the recount code, there's multiple chapters. Nowhere in there does it say who pays for the sorting. Who pays for the sorting of the ballots, especially now with countywide polling. If you're a candidate and you have to go pilfer through 1,000 ballot boxes to go get your ballots for a recount, who pays for that? It is not listed in the code. And I would say the candidate should not pay for the convenience of the county for countywide polling. So this doesn't capture that exactly, and I'd like it to be reconsidered.
Thank you for your testimony.
Bless y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Betancourt.
Thank you for your input, okay?
Okay, bless you.
For the recount, it's clearly not going to be a candidate paid, okay? This is a government pay.
I know, but you want it to be done correctly. You want it to be done accurately.
And you're right. I haven't looked at your margin of error sample size Pareto, but I am looking at it. So
okay, bless you.
Specific recommendation. We certainly have time to look at that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senators, any questions for Dr. Presley, Ms. Factory? Thank you both for being here. Thank you. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2071? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed, and the bill is left pending at this time.
Right, I'd be happy to do any one of the last three. All right.
The chair now lays out Senate Bill 2433 and recognizes its author, Senator Betancourt, to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, do you have a committee substitute for Senate Bill 2433?
The chair lays out the committee substitute and recognizes the author to explain the substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is a compilation of all the issues that have occurred in Harris County that we haven't identified to this point. I'll just read them as fast as I can. For a voter whose residence doesn't have an address, the voter will be able to make a statement to that effect on their voter registration. Again, this clarifies an issue with homeless voters. Reports will be required to be presented to the Election Commission by the election administrator, including logistical details regarding ballots by mail, early voting, election day, and central count. Election Commission must review the reports and provide recommendation to the election administrator. If a school district does not have their building available as a polling location, this district may not use their building for a school district election for 5 years. If an election judge fails to include information required by code in the election returns, the offense is increased to a Class A misdemeanor. Election judge shall provide a number of provisional ballots to the EA. The presiding judge may only delegate duties to deliver election results to an election clerk who has worked at the poll for at least 4 hours on election day. The election administrator would require to time and date stamp carrier envelopes for mail ballots. Duplication of ballots will be done by a team of 2 from differently aligned political parties. A county selected for randomized audits may not be required to pay for the cost of the audit except if there are penalties. A county would be required to cooperate in support of a randomized audit. All of this has happened in Harris County in the last in 2022. The committee substitute of 2433 makes this a legislative council draft and makes only minor changes throughout the bill and bringing in line the language with other bills I filed. We have one speaker, Alan Vera, for invited witness, chairman of the Republican Party Ballot Security Board.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for the author? Very well, we'll open testimony and call as invited testimony Alan Vera. Ms. Vera, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of Senate Bill 2433. Start with 2 old cliches. 1, the devil's in the details, and 2, what gets measured gets fixed. They may be old, but they're absolutely critical to accurate elections, to election integrity, to voter confidence in the outcomes. The results of an election are literally hundreds of thousands of data points, like an accounting balance sheet. All the numbers need to tie. I can tell you the Ballot Security Committee has been digging into all the details of the Harris County elections, especially the most recent one, 2022. And to be honest, we frequently feel like we're doing the final audit of Enron, because nothing balances. Nothing balances. The election administrator must be able to show the Election Commission that all the numbers balance, all of them. The Commission must be confident that the devil isn't hiding in those details. If the EA cannot tie everything together, then the Commission should probably find a new EA or return responsibility for running elections to the elected county clerk and tax assessor. We also strongly support the change in the Commission vote count to suspend or terminate the EA from 4 to 3, and we support returning the elected county clerk and tax assessor to the election board and the election commission. We're very concerned because the election EA, or the elections administrator, has no business being a voting member of the elected bodies which oversee his or her work. We're tired of the fox guarding the henhouse. We urge you to report SB 2433 favorably to the full Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Vera. Senators, any questions for Mr. Vera? Thank you for being here. Public testimony is now open on Senate Bill 2433, and the chair calls Elizabeth Garretts, Cindy Najera, Valerie DeBill, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, Lucy Traynor, Dr. Laura Presley, Cindy Siegel, Aaron Pardero, and James Keller. Again, we're looking for Elizabeth Garretts, Cindy Najera, Valerie DeBill, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz. Ms. Traynor is here. Dr. Presley is here. Cindy Siegel, Aaron Pardero, and James Keller. And those are all the witnesses we have registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2433. Ms. Traynor, welcome back. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Lucy Traynor. I'm representing myself. I work for the Republican Party of Texas as their election integrity director. This bill requires an excellent accounting of specific election data, which will greatly improve transparency and overall efficiency in Harris County. Given the myriad of problems we recorded with the Protect the Vote program in the general, this would be a welcome change and needed assurance to election workers, poll watchers, and the public at large that we are actively trying to correct mistakes from the past. Having a more systematic approach with record keeping will most certainly increase confidence in our elections and reassure people that their vote really does matter. Thank you, members.
Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Presley, welcome back. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hughes. I'm Dr. Laura Presley with True Texas Elections. One thing I'm disappointed in this is only for a $3.5 million county. Is that right?
You know,
because it's not in the text. It's only in the definition at the top. You don't have it anywhere in the text, 3.5 million. So it looks to me like it applies to everybody.
that could be just a drafting error.
Well, we like it like that.
Okay.
This is my disappointment. We need this for every county in the state. And I think maybe the dear Lord was helping you out. Okay. And I have done these audits. I have done what is listed in this bill. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've done it for many counties, large and small. And the biggest issue we see is that the votes cast at the polls don't match the votes cast by precinct. And that's what this does. That is the blessing of this bill, because that's the details. We've got polling locations by countywide, and you've got results by precinct, and we can't marry them up. The audit logs don't allow us to do it because of the way the Secretary of State has interpreted precinct in the administrative code. They interpret precinct in the audit log to be polling location, which is not the case. And that is caused where we can't audit and can't marry it up. And in the Secretary of State's 359-page audit for the 4 counties, they note it. So I love this, and let's make it for all counties.
It's not in there.
That's my testimony.
Thanks, Dr. Presley.
Bless y'all. Thank you.
Senator Bettencourt.
And by the way, Ms. Presley, this is a bill analysis by the Senate Research Center. There's not a population bracket on this. This is everywhere.
Right. That's right.
Okay, right.
You have it up in the definition up there, but
It's in the bill analysis definition, but it's not in the code.
That's right.
I've just flash read the entire bill to make sure.
Yeah, I did a search for 3.5 and it's not in there.
Did you find it either? I couldn't.
It's only at the top up here. It's in the definition part, but not
I
in
think that was just a drafting error because
Okay.
of the previous bill. So
Yeah, we'd like it for everybody.
Yes, right.
Okay.
That was a lessons learned bill to apply to everyone.
Good. Okay. Any questions?
Thank you.
Senators, any other questions for our witnesses? Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 2433? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed. Bills left pending at this time.
Not that one. Okay, ready? I have these two. I'm ready, or if be happy to yield to Mays so he can. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1768 by Senator Creighton, and recognizes Senator Betancourt to explain the bill on behalf of the author.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Senate Bill 1768 is a simple, non-substantive cleanup of obsolete language within the property code. There currently exist references to now abolished commissions and old statute that have created confusion between contractors to consumers. Senate Bill 1768 would remove or update these references and provide clarity to the industry. 1768, the Senate bill, is identical to House Bill 3503 from the last session, 87 the regular, which passed unanimously out of this committee, and 145 to 0 on the House, but died on the last local calendar in the House. There's no known opposition to the bill. We might have still have a witness to this, I'm not sure, and but be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Senator Betancourt on behalf of the author? Very well, we'll open testimony, and the chair calls Roland Love. The long-suffering Roland Love invited testimony on the bill. Love, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Yes, sir. My name is Roland Love. I'm here to testify.
Is your microphone on?
It's not working, is it? There we go. You hear that?
We got you. Get a little closer.
Get a little closer. My name is Roland Love. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1768. I appreciate you, all of the committee, for being here and going all day without a restroom break. But I think you've earned an uncontested, non-substantive bill at this point. This bill is one that went through the session last session in 2021. I was on the local, and then, of course, at the end of the session, we had a couple of dust-ups. I am the vice chair of the Texas Real Estate and Probate Trust Law Institute, and I testify again, and on behalf of this, I am board certified residential, commercial, and farm and ranch real estate law. Again, this is a non-substantive cleanup bill. In 2009, the Texas Residential Construction Commission was sunsetted. Parts of the Property Code, Chapter 400, were repealed, but the language in the Residential Construction Liability Act, Chapter 27 of the Texas Property Code, was not cleaned up to remove references to the Texas Residential Construction Commission, and that is primarily what this bill does. It's been vetted by Legislative Council twice, been vetted by the Construction Law section, and vetted by the Real Estate Probate and Trust Law section. There's also some provisions in this bill that eliminate references to Vernon civil statutes because they have been codified, and so those references have been corrected to refer to the current legislative citation. And that is about all there is to it. It's a good government bill. It's cleaning up the Texas Property Code to bring it current to 2023, and I am glad to answer any questions that we might have.
Thanks, Mr. Love. Senators, any questions for the witness? Senator Betancourt.
The bill's in great shape. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there's a slew of witnesses to follow me here. Thank you.
Yes, I know. I'm quoting the dean.
Thanks, Mr. Love.
Yeah, that's right.
Is there anyone else present? Is there anyone present who wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1768? Public testimony is open on Senate Bill 1768. And we'll ask again, is anyone present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1768? Seeing and hearing none, Public testimony is closed, and the bill is left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1846 by Senator Creighton, 1846, and the chair recognizes Senator Betancourt to explain the bill on behalf of the author.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Last session, Senator Creighton filed Senate Bill 1387, which required that voting system equipment be manufactured, stored, held in the United States, and sold by a company that's headquartered in the United States. Passed both the House and the Senate, was signed into law, and enhanced voter confidence throughout our state. Today, I'm laying out Senate Bill 1846 for Senator Creighton, which prevents a voting system manufacturer from contracting out software development services with a company or an individual from China, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, or Russia. The bill builds on Senate Bill 1387 from the 87th legislature by prohibiting what are terrorist list countries from gaining access to our voting systems, whether it be through building the system herself or working on the software. Texans can ensure continued confidence in our democratic institutions' processes from the passage of Senate Bill 1387, but also from the passage of Senate Bill 1846, ensuring that Texans trust the elections are secure and vital to continuing function of society. And at this point in time, I want to point out, I believe 1846 was when Texas was admitted to the Union. So it's a good bill to move to the House. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Members, any questions for Senator Betancourt on behalf of Senator Creighton? Very well. We'll open testimony on Senate Bill 1846. And the chair calls Bill Sargent, Lori Gallagher, Cindy Najera, Valerie DeBille, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, Ed Johnson, Marcia Strickler, Kathy Jaster, Dr. Laura Presley, Aaron Pardero, James Keller, again, the following witnesses have registered to testify, and so we'll call again Bill Sargent, Lori Gallagher. We're on Senate Bill 1846. Bill Sargent, Lori Gallagher, Cindy Najera, Valerie DeBille, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, Ed Johnson, Marcia Strickler, Kathy Jaster, Dr. Laura Presley, Aaron Pardero, James Keller. Those are all the witnesses we have registered, so if anyone wishes to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1846, please register on the kiosk outside. And Dr. Presley, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Yes, again, Dr. Laura Presley from True Texas Elections. Would you hand these out, please? Thank you. Thank you. We like the intent of this bill, that the software for voting systems, and I like that the term voting systems, Senator Betancourt, I know you're representing Senator Creighton on this, because voting systems includes central accumulator, it includes the ballot scanners, it includes the voting memory sticks, it includes everything. So that's good. The problem really is that the list of countries that are prohibited is too small. So what I've done is handed you a list of countries that have not ratified this International Criminal Court that, states can go to, countries can go to if there's, some kind of criminal allegations and there's criminal jurisdiction that happens. There's a ton of these countries. So what we would propose is, why don't you just say it has to be done in the U.S.? Why isn't that just the simple thing? So we'd like to propose that for Senator Creighton. That's it.
Thanks for your testimony. Members,
Yes,
any
sir.
questions? Senator Betancourt.
Dr. Presley, I want to thank you for staying here all this time.
Oh, bless
For the
y'all.
first time tonight, I'm going to I've written a note and referred your comments to Senator Creighton. So
Yeah, because
so
we've got
thank-
other countries like, my gosh, Sudan, Haiti, Angola. I would be concerned.
So
Just make it in the U.S.
all right, and thank you.
Keep
for
our
being-
jobs here.
Thank you for
Thank you.
testifying. And
Thanks for your testimony. Senators, any other questions? Very good. Thanks, Dr. Presley. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1846? Seeing none, hearing none, public testimony is closed. The bill is left pending this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1993. Senate Bill 1993 recognizes the author to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for allowing me to lay out Senate Bill 1993 here today. This past November in my district on Election Day, I saw with my own eyes one location that had an influx of voters because of a lack of paper ballots elsewhere in the district. On Monday, you heard from a constituent, Kelly Flannery, who was an election judge right here in Southeast Harris County, in a polling location that ran out of paper. This is in Senate District 11 right here in my district. And we've all heard extensive testimony here today and earlier this week about poll watchers and election officials from Harris County. And frankly, I don't know what to say after all this. It's unbelievable. Stopping voting through the denial of paper ballots is the very definition of disenfranchising voters. And a plan which had to be deliberate denied paper ballots and stopped countless people, thousands, from voting, primarily in Republican areas, as we know from this map. And 253 out of 254 counties did not have this systemic problem. It's Harris County. In our short time in this session, I believe we have to put in place deterrents and safeguards in order to keep this from ever happening again. And we know Texas is the 9th largest economy in the world, and as Senator Betancourt rightly pointed out, if Harris County were a state, it would have 11 electoral college votes, which means by itself it would have more electoral college votes than 33 other states. And there is no reason, there is no excuse why we can't competently run our elections and have adequate ballot paper. In Senate Bill 1993, counties bigger than 1 million, if more than 2% of polling locations are denied paper ballots for more than 1 hour after making the request, then the Secretary of State shall call a new election. And this bill helps ensure that we never run out of ballot paper again, and eligible voters do not have their vote suppressed. But if they do, we will have a remedy under this bill, and their voice will be heard and counted in a new election. And this bill provides that remedy for systemic denial of ballot paper. And with that, I yield for questions.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Senators, any questions for the author? Very well. We'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 1993, and the chair calls the following witnesses: Bill King, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Bill Sargent, Nicole Pedersen, Roxy Williamson, Ed Johnson, Katya Arisman, Valerie DeBille, Rui Tuo, Julie Gramillion, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, James Slattery, Andrew Hendrickson, Grace Pankel, Jamila English, Chris Harris, Tim Dowling, and Gloria Leal. Again, the chair calls the following witnesses who've registered to testify on for or against Bill King. Dr. Susanna Carranza. Bill Sargent we have. Nicole Pedersen. Roxy Williamson. Ed Johnson. Katya Arisman. Valerie DeBille. Rui Tuo. Julie Gramillion. Alice Yee. Charles Cruz. James Slattery. We have Mr. Hendrickson, Grace Pankel, Jamila English, Chris Harris, Tim Dowling, Gloria Leal.
Ed Johnson is over at the House elections, which I just came from.
Very good. Well, Mr. Sargent, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
I'm Bill Sargent, former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections in Galveston County, and I'm testifying on SB 1993. I like this legislation. You might want to clarify that any new election will be held or that will be held in the impacted county as opposed to statewide. You also might want to consider adding civil penalties for those individuals who are responsible for failure to ensure that there are enough ballots. I'd make these penalties targeted toward the actual individuals responsible for the failure. I'd make it $500 for the first hour beyond the deadline. And if it's 2 hours beyond the deadline, I'd raise it to $1,000, and I'd have it be $1,000 for every hour thereafter. That puts a little bit of teeth back behind it. If you're personally responsible for that much, because you're not delivering things on time, and you don't do it against the county, you do it against the individuals who are making those decisions. In my experience, if you don't plan, you're going to have an ultimate failure. That's the bottom line. I have personal experience with that. 2012, we had countywide vote centers. We had had them for a year. And I had everybody go to the polls, and I had my judges there, and we were going ahead, and I told them to run the zero tape, not knowing that they'd have to run 16,000 zeros, and it would take 3 to 4 hours. Every polling place opened late. But we never did it again because we learned from the experience. So if you do something wrong once, okay, we understand that. But if you do this, have a pattern of this, there ought to be a consequence. That's my testimony, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hendrickson, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Hughes and committee members. My name is Andrew Hendrickson. I represent the ACLU of Texas, and I'm testifying against SB 1993. By targeting Texas's 6 largest counties, SB 1993 would have a disparate racial impact. While 47% of the state's total population lives in these counties, they are home to 61.6% of black Texans and 62.7% of AAPI Texans. Accordingly, by making it easier to invalidate elections in them, SB 1993 creates a disproportionate risk that voters of color's ballots would not be counted. This is especially true in statewide and presidential elections. The bill does not address how the Secretary of State ordering a new election would impact canvassing statewide elections. It would be nearly impossible for a county to schedule a new election and certify the results before the canvassing deadline. This would cause almost half of all Texans' votes to be excluded from the final tally, were there to be problems in all of these 6 counties. This could cause, moreover, the same problem could arise in presidential elections with even more problematic results. Under federal law, invalidating the results in a large county could be grounds for declaring a failed election, which would give the legislature the power to appoint electors for the Electoral College who do not necessarily represent the will of Texas voters. The ill-defined standards for invalidating the results of an election in SB 1993 create an even greater danger of election subversion. The bill allows the Secretary of State to order a new election if they have, quote, good cause to believe that supplemental ballots were not delivered within an hour of a request. There is no burden on the SOS to present proof of the alleged issue. What's more, the bill does not establish any mechanism for challenging the SOS's determination, giving them the authority to make decisions without any possibility of judicial review. Providing a political appointee broad discretion to invalidate results at best undermines faith in our elections, and at worst would result in partisan interference in determining the outcome. Last, as somebody who spent more than an hour in traffic this morning in Travis County, I'd just like to point out that the deadlines in the bill aren't practical. In urban counties where we all know traffic can be a serious issue, a minor traffic accident, lane closure, or routine rush hour traffic jams could upend an entire election. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Cruz, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Chuck Cruz. I'm coming from Baytown, Texas, on the eastern edge of Harris County. I have served as an election judge. Prior to that, I spent over a decade in the petrochemical industry as a chemical engineer, which means I'm uniquely well-informed and practiced on mobilizing tens of thousands of people and spending millions and millions of dollars on what we call turnarounds. When we shut down a plant, rip it all apart, clean it, put it all back together with new equipment and get it back up and running so that we can pay for everything that you see around you here, because Texas is built on oil. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is that my ally from ACLU did a good job of explaining all the problems with this bill. I don't think I need to go into further depth on that. The solution, which I would like to offer as a former chemical engineer, is that you need to be creating legislation to strengthen the EA's office and maintain local control of elections, because that's the way this is supposed to be set up. We can make those local elections better by making sure that there is better planning ahead of time. Again, something that I am uniquely experienced in by, as I mentioned, mobilizing tens of thousands of people, spending millions and millions of dollars on new equipment, cleaning, etc., in a seasonal fashion. All brand new people who we have to train and make sure that they are adequately trained to do this work safely. This is the approach that needs to be taken to make elections stronger and more resilient in the state of Texas, instead of just trying to beat the crap out of election administrators who are trying to do the best they can with sloppy management. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against? Ms. Slattery, come on down.
Mr. Chairman, I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Have we had testimony yet on 1599?
No, sir, we have not.
Okay. I'll be back for that if I can.
All right. Welcome back, and when you're set up there, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Thank you. I'm here to testify in strong opposition to SB 1993. It grants to an unelected...
We got it, but give us your name at the beginning and then go ahead.
James Slattery, Texas Civil Rights Project, testifying against the bill.
Go ahead, thanks.
Here to testify in strong opposition. It grants an unelected political appointee, the Secretary of State, the extraordinary authority to nullify an election in a county and order a new one. The Secretary does not even have to prove that any kind of malfeasance actually occurred. SB 1993 would grant this awesome power to the Secretary if they merely have good cause to believe that a tiny percentage of polling places did not receive supplemental ballots in 1 hour. Texas law already provides a number of other avenues to remedy problems in elections: litigation, recounts, and contests, without going to such breathtaking lengths. An unelected political appointee should not have this kind of expansive and unchecked power, which is one reason the power to decide contests has been placed, depending on the office, with either the legislature or courts. These are elected officials or judges or both. One specific danger that this legislation leaves wholly unaddressed is how this process is supposed to work in presidential elections. There is no feasible way to redo a presidential election in a county before the Electoral College meets in mid-December. In the wrong hands, this power could therefore be used to knock out the results in counties that voted the quote-unquote wrong way, resulting in a candidate being awarded the state's electoral votes who was not actually the choice of a majority of Texans, and exposing Texas's electors to a potential challenge during the Electoral College certification in Congress. I therefore urge you not to report this incredibly dangerous bill.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome back. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Valerie DeBille. I am testifying on my own behalf against this bill. Most of these things have already been covered by everybody else, so I will just say that I find it interesting statistically that over 60% of Texas's white population lives in the 248 counties not covered by this bill. and that 66% of Texans of color live in the 6 counties that would be affected. And I find that highly interesting. That's pretty much it.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for either of our witnesses? Thank you both for being here. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1993? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed, and the bill is left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1600. Senate Bill 1600. I first filed a citizenship verification bill back in 2005, and various members of the legislature have continued to file these policies in the years since. Arizona and Kansas have done the same thing over the last few years, and their cases made it all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And in Arizona versus Intertribal Council of Arizona, Inc., the U.S. Supreme Court did not allow Arizona to implement its law requiring proof of citizenship. So they said Arizona could not do it in the way they tried, but the court did outline an alternative method the state could use to require proof of citizenship. There's broad agreement that only U.S. citizens have the right to vote in U.S. elections. That's not unanimously agreed upon. Some folks here would disagree, but most agree that only U.S. citizens should be voting in U.S. elections. In order to address this at the registration end, the court suggested that a state, in order to enforce its constitutional power to determine voting qualifications, could request that the EAC, the Elections Assistance Commission, include evidence of citizenship with the federal form when an individual applies to register to vote in that state. This bill, Senate Bill 1600, requires that the Secretary of State of Texas adopt rules to require citizenship to the extent allowed under the National Voting Rights Act and that Arizona opinion, Supreme Court opinion. This will probably take the form of requiring a registrant to provide a passport or birth certificate to register to vote. The Secretary of State then has to ask the Elections Assistance Commission to alter the federal registration application for voter registration in Texas to require evidence of citizenship. If the Elections Assistance Commission refuses, the Secretary of State will be required to sue the EAC to allow it, which is exactly what Justice Scalia suggested Arizona do in the opinion we cited above. Under federal law, only citizens are allowed to vote. Requiring those who wish to register to vote would show this component of eligibility, and it's a common sense requirement. This bill provides the best route for Texas to get that done. And that's what the bill does, and I'll yield for your questions. If there are no questions, then we'll open up public testimony on the bill. And the chair calls Bill King, Dr. Susana Carranza, Bill Sargent, Nina Perales, Elizabeth Garretts, Mary Flood Nugent, Valerie DeBille, Ray Tuo, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, James Slattery, Juan Cardoza Oquendo, Andrew Hendrickson, Grace Pankel, Luis Figueroa, Claudia Torres Yanez, Chris Harris, Amber Mills, Julie Gramillion, Nicole Pedersen. Go through these one more time, and we'll make sure we don't miss anyone. Bill King, Dr. Susana Carranza, Bill Sargent, Nina Perales, Elizabeth Garretts, Mary Flood Nugent, Valerie DeBille, Roy Tuo, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, James Slattery, Juan Cardozo Oquendo, Andrew Hendrickson, who's here, of course, Grace Pankel, Luis Figueroa, Claudia Torres Yanez, Chris Harris, Amber Mills, Julie Gramillion, Nicole Pedersen. All right. Welcome back again. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
Long time no see. I'm Valerie DeBille. I'm testifying on my own behalf against this bill. I had laid out my credentials earlier, but as I've said, I am a volunteer deputy registrar and director of voter registration. Have been since 2018. I've registered more than 2,500 Texas voters. We register voters everywhere. I don't know if you take proof of your citizenship with you to go see movies or to the farmer's market or to high school with you or to concerts. Maybe you go to ACL or South by or something like that. I don't know anybody who carries their passport or their birth certificate or anything like that with them. I'm also not qualified to verify those documents. That's part of the reason why we aren't supposed to require somebody to show us their form of ID, because we leave that up to the folks who actually have the databases to check that stuff. We fill out the form and we turn it in, and then the county goes from there, and they make sure that those people are citizens, and they make sure that those people's ID numbers that they provide on the forms actually match existing records. And if they don't, that's when the whole we mail you stuff and you send it back and all of that stuff happens. So requiring citizenship at the point of voter registration is, one, unnecessary, two, an incredible burden on not only voters who are trying to register, but also on the deputy registrars who are doing it. And it's just, this entire bill is addressing a problem that doesn't exist because there are already multiple checks in place to make sure that people are citizens. When we register folks at naturalization ceremonies, meaning they've been citizens for like 10 minutes, we actually make a notation on their voter registration form saying, this person's a new citizen, so when you look them up, they might not actually be in the system yet. Because we want to make sure that the county offices and the state know that there might be a hitch in this process, so that they know how to handle it properly. We also have to warn those brand new citizens that they need to keep an eye on their mail, because they might get a letter from the county saying, hey, we think you might not be a citizen, so please send us some proof.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Powell, it's good to see you. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. It's good to see everybody, by the way, but I haven't seen you in a while, so please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Nina Perales, Vice President of Litigation for MALDEF, the Mexican-American Legal Defense, testifying in opposition. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify today. I filed and litigated to the U.S. Supreme Court the case known as Arizona versus Intertribal Council. That's also the case that's mentioned in the bill. And I'd like to share some experiences from having worked on that case. First, of course, that voter registration applicants already provide proof of citizenship when they check the citizenship box and affirmatively swear under oath on the application form that they are U.S. citizens. That's the same oath under penalty of perjury that a judge uses to take testimony in court. Texas has two additional policies aimed at ensuring that voters are only U.S. citizens. First, the county jury clerks send information to the registrar related to possible non-U.S. citizens registered to vote, and also DPS and the Secretary of State have a system also of identifying non-U.S. citizens who may be registered to vote. The system works. In Texas, there are only a handful of documented incidents in which a non-U.S. citizen cast a ballot. And in these very rare cases, it's often the result of mistake of fact, as we might say. In contrast, a bill like this can impose significant burdens on Texans, depending on how it's implemented. In Arizona, tens of thousands of forms from U.S. citizen voter registrants were rejected in the wake of the adoption of that statute. That was on a voter roll of 2.5 million at the time. We have a voter roll here in Texas of 17 million, which is about 6 times, which, if you do the math, is over 100,000 U.S. citizens attempting to register to vote and not being able to without additional steps. It's largely because we don't have a database of U.S. citizens here in the United States. This tends to force people through a rejection process where they have to bring paperwork to the county seat because many people are reluctant to make photograph copies of either birth certificate or passport because they're worried about identity fraud. Finally, with respect to legal validity, I know that the chairman and the committee are already aware that the bill, if it requires more information than the federal voter registration form, is unconstitutional with respect to registering voters for federal elections. I understand from the bill layout that the idea would be to sue the EAC for relief with respect to the federal form. I just don't know why we would want to put so many U.S. citizens in Texas through such a burdensome process just to register to vote. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Figueroa, welcome back. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. My name is Luis Figueroa, Chief of Legislative Affairs for Every Texan. We are in opposition to Senate Bill 1600 for many of the reasons that have been stated. I'll just say briefly that the language provides for really absolute broadness in terms of how the Secretary of State could implement this. We really don't know what they would do with it, and we're very concerned that with that broad discretion, it could run afoul of voting rights. It could run afoul of trying to use databases that don't actually provide for the citizenship, as Ms. Perales just mentioned, and that it could upend our voter registration if they start requiring documentary proof of citizenship to bring with them, and the large burdens that would impose on all eligible voters, but particularly people of color that would have to purchase these and obtain documents from other states, or have difficulty getting these documents, the underlying documents that are necessary. So our concern is just with the broadness of it. We really would like to see more specification of what you have in mind of what you want the Secretary of State to do, and then we'd like to comment on how that would work. It would be feasible long term. But with the language as it is right now, we're just very concerned that it's just too much discretion for the Secretary of State and too many potential pitfalls. But we appreciate your time and opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Hendrickson, welcome back. Go ahead. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hughes. And committee members, my name is Andrew Hendrickson. I represent the ACLU of Texas, and I'm testifying against SB 1600. Requiring proof of citizenship would make registering to vote unnecessarily burdensome. Documenting citizenship would require voters to have a birth certificate or a passport, which can take time and money to obtain. The fees for a U.S. passport are $165. And while those born in the state can get a free birth certificate for election identification purposes, it's not necessarily true for those of us who are born in other states. As a Texan by marriage, and one who actually did not receive a birth certificate at the hospital in New Jersey where I was born due to a clerical error, I know complying with the requirements of this bill would be extremely difficult for someone in my situation. I have what's called a Certificate of Vital Record from the state of New Jersey, which is the correcting document in that state. But no Texas official is going to recognize New Jersey's Certificate of Vital Record that was issued actually a couple of years after I was born to correct the error as proof of citizenship. I'm almost sure my registration application would be rejected if that was the documentary evidence that I provided. So accordingly, SB 1600 would make the right to vote for someone's citizenship conditional on their ability to pay a fee. I would have to pay a fee to get a copy of that document from the state of New Jersey, or I would have to pay a fee to get a passport. As the U.S. Supreme Court stated when declaring poll taxes unconstitutional in Harper v. Virginia, the right to vote is too precious, too fundamental to be burdened or so conditioned. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Well, thanks for your testimony. Dr. Carranza, welcome back. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
I'm Dr. Susanna Carranza. I'm testifying on my own behalf, and I oppose this bill. I'm not going to repeat other portions, but I'm a naturalized citizen. And one part of it is you have two proofs, either your passport or your naturalization certificate. If for some reason you didn't get a passport, all you have your naturalization certificate, which is a document that you guard with your life. To have to bring it out to show, to get your voter registration, and the way this bill is so broad, it doesn't even say, like, if you're updating, do you have to, show every time again, or there's no discretion. So it's like to force people to bring documents to something that it's as simple as, registering to vote, which is a right that there's so many, when you become a citizen, you go to the Secretary of State, to the Social Security office, and update your status there. But there's no way. If you show your social security card, it doesn't say there you're a citizen. So it's really like there are ways to verify you're a citizen without having to have the voter present that. And this bill opens the door to decide anything. I mean, there is, I can see the nightmare of forcing VDRs to check that, or unless your intention is to eliminate the VDR program, which would be a pretty awful thing to do. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for any of the witnesses? Thank you all for being here. I know we called a number of names and we ran out of seats, so if I called your name previously, come on down, please, and take a seat. Welcome back. Find a seat anywhere down there, plenty of room. All right, welcome back, and we'll begin, as our custom is, over here on this side. Introduce yourself again, give us your testimony. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. My name is Amber Mills. I'm testifying on behalf of Move Texas Action Fund against SB 1600. We are opposed to this bill for two main reasons. It will unfairly target young and low-income voters, and it adds yet another unnecessary and burdensome step to the voter registration process for voters. This bill does not outline a process or define what will be accepted as proof of citizenship, although we can assume that the options will be limited to a birth certificate, passport, or naturalization certificate. These documents, especially for student voters, often remain in their parents' household or in a location separate from where they may be attending school. It's also not at all uncommon for young people to not have a passport, a document that can cost over $100, especially for those coming from lower income families. Extra steps in the process increase the administrative burden, which always lowers participation and provides no actual support or refinement to the overall voter registration process. Policy decisions that limit access for young Texans seeking to take the first step in the democratic process are sneaky attempts to shape the electorate. The demographics of young Texans mean that their exclusion from the democratic process is ultimately an attack on Black and brown voters. We should be discussing legislation that increases participation in elections rather than restricting it. It's necessary that we create just systems by considering their impact on those at the back of the line, not the front. Just yesterday, Move Texas hosted our Youth Capitol Takeover, where young people from across the state came to the Capitol and met with some of your offices to share their stories and talk about the issues that they care about. One of the top issues that we heard about repeatedly was the financial instability of the majority of young Texans who are drowning in student debt and are struggling with the rising cost of living. $22 for a copy of a birth certificate may seem like nothing to you, but for a young, low-income Texan, that is indispensable gas, grocery, or rent money. At its core, this bill may have an impact of a poll tax despite being facially neutral. You cannot guarantee that all voters will have access to these documents. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Sargent, welcome back.
I used to tell Pat Fallon that he was a great American, but Mr. Chairman, you are. This is a great piece of legislation. I fully support it. But as has been my practice, I'd like to offer some improvements. We have a House bill, 2123, that specifies that any person who isn't registering through the DPS must show the same documents as the DPS requires in order to prove citizenship. It grandfathers those people who are registered already, but it specifies that deputy voter registrars must see the documentation and sign a statement that says they realize it's a jail felony to register a non-citizen. It goes even further and spells out that any DVR who does register a person who's a non-citizen cannot serve as a DVR for 5 years. We had a situation in Galveston County where we had a person who voted in 5 separate elections until he went to go to jury duty and said they weren't a citizen. It's all done right now by simply, goodwill. And the bottom line is we can't have that. We need to have some way of making sure that these people are U.S. citizens, which is the reason I support your bill. I would encourage, in fact, I can give the language to Drew and to you if you want, of the draft committee substitute we have for that for 2123. But I'd really encourage you to take a hard look at it and see if you think you can mold that into this bill, because it makes a whole lot of sense. Thank you very much. I support your bill, and you are indeed a great American.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go with your testimony.
Hello, my name is Nicole Peterson, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself and Engage, which is an organization that promotes civic engagement among the AAPI and Muslim community. I am opposing this bill. Sorry, it looked like you were going to ask a question. Okay. I am opposing this bill. I would further oppose the amendments that were just proposed by the previous witness, as I believe that would effectively nullify the VDVR program. However, on the bill as written, I am a VDVR in Harris County. It would be extremely unusual for a voter to have proof of citizenship with them when they register to vote. We simply do not carry our birth certificate or passport around with us. Further, it is my understanding that the Secretary of State does confirm citizenship, and there are checks on citizenship already, so this is duplicative of what is already happening and not necessary, but will cause a harm in that it will make it nearly impossible for VDVRs to register voters out in public because people just simply do not have proof of citizenship on them at all times. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Cruz, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Howdy, Chuck Cruz from Baytown, Texas, eastern edge of Harris County, and I am a proud Harris County VDVR. I have registered hundreds of high school students and people in the general community, and I can tell you that the average high school student not only doesn't carry their driver's license, but doesn't even know their driver's license number, so expecting them to carry around proof of citizenship is ludicrous. The goal of the state of Texas should be to increase the electorate by making sure that we get every eligible voter registered to vote. We have literally millions of people who could be voting who are not currently registered to vote, and instead of trying to expand the electorate and expand democracy in the state of Texas, we are continuing the shameful legacy of the state of Texas of restricting the electorate and keeping it minimized. The proof of that stands on the grounds of the Capitol, where there is a monument to the Confederate traitors who murdered Americans in defense of slavery. That sort of legacy must end, and it is the duty of this body to choose the path of righteousness, not the path of evil. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Middleton.
Go ahead.
Bill, I just wanted to follow up with you on your ideas here. And, one of the questions I had, with Real ID right now, that's already the law. You've got to present a certified birth certificate and Social Security card, a copy of it at least. I'm confused what is so burdensome about that, because we're already doing it to get the Real ID, so.
I certainly concur with that. One of the things we're running into, and I'm not accusing any DVR of doing this, but I can tell you that the EA in Bexar County has said that every week or two she gets somebody who comes into that county who wants to go become a U.S. citizen, wants to follow the correct procedure to become a U.S. citizen. And when the person comes in, they have to be able to show that they have not voted illegally. Well, a lot of these people who were registered by DVRs, rogue DVRs, who didn't check to see if they were a citizen. And so they actually did not knowing any better, they went ahead and voted. And when she tells them, I'm sorry, I can't sign your form to allow you to be a citizen, they break down in tears. Now, I'm not for people coming into the country illegally. I'm against that. But if somebody wants to follow the rules and some rogue DVR doesn't check to see if the person's a U.S. citizen and registers them anyway, and then they go out and vote not knowing that they can't, they're recruited for ever becoming a U.S. citizen, and that's just wrong. That's why that legislation I'm talking about has some teeth in it that says it's a jail felony if you do it, and you're not going to be a DVR for 5 years. All we're saying is do your job. If you do your job, you got nothing to worry about, period. Thank you.
Thank you. Senators, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1600? Ms. Slattery, come on down. Sure, come on down. That's fine. And I may have called your name previously, and I know we were working to get folks down here. And so as we go, we'll make sure that we have your information so the record is all accurate. So, Mr. Slattery, I think we already called you. Do we have him on this bill? Very good. Give us your name and your testimony. Welcome back.
Thank you. James Slattery, Texas Civil Rights Project, testifying against SB 1600. This bill would impose a redundant proof of citizenship requirement on top of the requirement that already exists in Texas law. Texas already requires proof of citizenship to register to vote. On every voter registration form, an applicant must affirm under penalty of perjury that they are a U.S. citizen, just like witnesses providing evidence in a court of law. The penalty for providing false evidence of citizenship on a form is clearly stated: up to 1 year in jail and a $4,000 fine, all of which is a steep price to pay just for the opportunity to cast one fraudulent ballot. Moreover, the bill includes no details of how the bill would be implemented, effectively delegating it to an unelected political appointee to write this law and leaving the public in the dark until then. Indeed, given the likelihood that any proof of citizenship requirement would lead to a bifurcation of Texas's election systems, the cost to the state of Texas will be quite large and currently undisclosed since we don't have a fiscal note. If it is like proof of citizenship laws in other states, its only effect will be to make it harder to register to vote. Voters are often registered while out living their lives, and people do not generally carry proof of citizenship with them as a matter of course. Further proof of citizenship can be difficult to obtain, such as for people who weren't born in hospitals or people born in other jurisdictions, and the harm would not fall equally. Both of these groups are disproportionately people of color. Finally, adding an additional documentary proof of citizenship requirement would not be any more effective than the current proof of citizenship requirement in combating fraudulent registration, as any teenager who has ever bought a beer with a fake ID in this state could tell you. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Sure. Chair, my name is Claudia Torres Yanez, and I am here representing myself, testifying against Senate Bill 1600. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. Sorry if I'm all over the place. One, I haven't had dinner. I've been here all day and testifying against a number of bills that are really difficult for me to track. I'm a Catholic. I love Jesus, and I believe in social justice. I share your concern, absolutely, for voter and election integrity. I am a professional, I'm a mother, I'm a volunteer in my church and in my kids' baseball team. I think I'm a good person, and I'm exhausted. Having to do the VDR job in and of itself, I would love the solution to not be about, rogue VDRs and me doing my one VDR job on top of the 10 other jobs I actually have and get paid for. In my experience, I haven't met rogue VDRs, and in the case of, at least in my personal experience, people interested in registering to vote, they're very forthcoming with me because I speak Spanish, I'm bilingual, I can communicate in their language, and they'll tell me, do I need to be a citizen? Or I can tell in their face that they're apprehensive about asking the question even. And if I sense that, I will ask that outright just to make sure they're comfortable and they know what the rules are and abide by them. And I turn them away and they understand. That's already their understanding. They're just not sure and ask me to confirm. So I just don't see this as a problem to be solved. I would rather you focus on introducing online voter registration and take one job off of my plate, please.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Jocelyn Sanchez. I'm representing myself as well as Deeds Not Words, which is a nonprofit that represents a lot of young people across the state of Texas. And I myself am also a VDR in Hayes County as well as Travis County. And I am opposed to SB 1600 because I think it overdoes the burden that VDRs are already bearing as far as registering people to vote. We already have VDRs that are in small numbers in very large counties, such as the case is in Hayes County. You have individuals that are trying to get entire college campuses of students registered to vote, which was one of my burdens, and trying to turn in forms on time. The penalties that already come with making mistakes on individual forms is already so burdensome. And we also have to remind ourselves that VDRs are volunteers, and you are penalizing them and trying to burden them with further discovering proof of citizenship on people, which is something that's been said 100 times in this hearing that people do not carry with them. It's not a realistic thing for us to proceed with, and I think our efforts would be better spent in expanding election efforts to get higher turnouts. Texas has one of the lowest voter turnouts in the nation, and I think my tax dollars would be better spent in expanding voter registration in more welcoming ways rather than trying to cause more burdens on our VDRs as well as people wishing to register to vote. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, is there any questions for our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. And Ms. Sanchez, if you'll do us a favor, we want to make sure all the official records are correct, have a record of your testimony. You probably signed up outside, but we didn't get it. Do you mind getting with Ms. Babb and just doing a paper card before you leave?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you each for being here.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1600? Seeing and hearing none, public testimony is closed and the bill is left pending at this time. The chair now lays out Senate Bill 1599, the last bill we have set for hearing this evening, Senate Bill 1599. This bill has to do with absentee voting and mail ballots. The bill requires that returned unvoted mail ballots returned to the polling place must be stored separately and accounted for upon return to the polling place. It also allows a voter to cure his or her application for a ballot by mail rather than just cure the ballot itself if there's not time to fix it. The clerk may call or email the voter to notify the voter of the defect and shall notify the voter of the defect and allow cure through the online portal if possible. The bill changes the date by which a person must correct a defect to the second day after Election Day rather than the sixth day after Election Day. This will give us faster final results for mail ballots. Finally, the bill also clarifies that even when the numbers match on the application and the ballot, thereby creating a presumption that the application and ballot are valid, the early voting ballot board, of course, still compare the signatures for verification. This seems axiomatic, but we want to make sure the law is clear. There is a committee substitute, which I now lay out. The committee substitute changes the practice in cases of a defect on the submitted ballot envelope such that it will no longer send the actual ballot back through the mail again. Instead, send a letter with a form to fix the problem. This keeps voted ballots from risking loss or damage, sending live ballots through the mail again, but it does provide the same opportunity for correction. And the substitute also changes one factor a voter would use to access the online portal. Instead of having to use an address, which may change frequently, it allows the voter to use the voter's date of birth. Again, this is about allowing voters to cure defects, just clerical errors, so that their legitimate and eligible votes are counted. And that's what the bill's about, and I'll yield for your questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Very good. We'll open public testimony on Senate Bill 1599, and the chair calls the following witnesses on Senate Bill 1599: Bonnie Seelig, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Bill Sargent, Alan Vera, Katia Erisman, Valerie DeBill, Rui Tuo, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, James Slattery, Ed Johnson, Debbie Duke, Brianna Trevino, and again, we're looking for Bonnie Seelig, Dr. Susanna Carranza, Bill Sargent we have, Alan Vera, Katia Erisman, Valerie DeBill, Rui Tuo, Alice Yee, Charles Cruz, James Slattery, Ed Johnson, Debbie Duke, Brianna Trevino. Those are the only witnesses we have registered to testify on, for, against. Mr. Slattery, come on down. Those are the only witnesses we have registered to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1599. If you wish to testify, please go outside the chamber and register at the kiosk. And Mr. Sargent, welcome back for our final bill of the evening. You're recognized. Introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony.
I feel lonely. But before I start, I got a quick question for you. I missed SB 1846 because I was over the House side. Is there any way I can provide you information on that?
We do have your position that you recorded when you registered, and so if you have anything in writing, you of course can submit that to us.
I just got a suggestion that will help you make it stronger.
Okay. You can give that to us in writing or offline. Either way is fine.
Come on.
And so on 1599, the last one.
Okay.
I want to hear from you on that bill.
My computer doesn't want to work.
If you want to pause, Mr. Slater, would you if you're prepared, we're going to have you go ahead while his computer gets ready. What happens to all of us? Is that okay with you? Mr. Slattery, introduce yourself again. Give us your testimony. Welcome back.
James Slattery, Texas Civil Rights Project, in reluctant opposition to this bill, to one small but important piece of SB 1599. The provisions in sections 6 and 8 of the bill that would shrink the period of time in which voters can correct problems with their mail ballot from the current standard of 6 days after the election to 2 days. While it is only a difference of 4 days, those days can make the difference for voters who must follow up with the elections office while juggling work, childcare, and other important responsibilities, and also provides a crucial weekend for them to touch base with the county. It also spreads out the volume of mail ballot voters contacting the elections office to cure those ballots over the course of an extra few days, which can be a critical buffer for county elections offices while they are also working to finalize election results, instead of trying to cram mail ballot curing into the proposed truncated window. Allowing voters 6 days to cure their ballots does not meaningfully delay election results. Counties must still accept mail ballots from overseas and military voters for 6 days after the election. So it makes sense that domestic voters can also use that time period to correct their ballots. 6 days is also the deadline for voters to cure their provisional ballots for lack of ID. SB 1599 has many good provisions that would make it easier for voters to correct problems with their mail ballot applications and mail ballots, and we hope they can be enacted into law, but with the current 6-day period for curing ballots. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Dr. Carranza, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm Dr. Susanna Carranza. I'm testifying on my own behalf and oppose this bill. And I second the thoughts that parts of the bill are interesting and, helping cure the process. But you give it and you shall take it. You give a good thing and you take a good thing. 2 days is unfeasible, especially after SB 1 imposing additional information on the ballots that cause all sorts of problems. Voters still struggling with the different document numbers that are required to go on the ballots. So reducing The amount of time a voter is allowed to cure a vote by mail is likely to go back to further increase the rejections of vote by mail. There was a period where immediately after the new law, there was a huge number of rejections. We started to clean that up a little bit and improve things a little bit, but now putting more restrictions on the time, instead of helping to fix that trend, is going to make the trend go further and get back increasing rejections. We don't want to reject people. Why would we reject people that are doing everything right, but maybe get the number wrong or a signature issue? Just please fix it or reject it. Thank you. The bill, not the ballot.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Sargent, are you squared away?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, you're recognized. Introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Bill Sargent, former Chief Deputy Clerk for Elections in Galveston County. It sounds like Section 1 of your bill will allow voters to turn in absentee ballots at the polling place to be counted as a mail ballot. I'm really not sure why you want to do this. Most often, the reason for a person who wants to vote by mail is because they want to avoid going to a polling place. I contend that the way we do it now works. A person comes into the polling place because maybe they are concerned their ballot might not count. So they come in and they surrender their ballot to the judge. The judge opens the ballot, makes sure it's there, cancels it, and then make sure it's shown that they've canceled their ballot, and then he lets them vote regularly. That process works. I don't understand why you want to change that. Other than that, I support your bill, but I'm testifying on it because of that provision.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions? And I'll say, Mr. Sargent, the process you just described, which you use in Galveston County, is great. That's not required by the law. This is for that situation where someone received a ballot by mail, but says, hey, I want to vote in person. So they surrender that, they return that ballot by mail. It's not been marked, and they vote in person. Under current law, if the county wants to, they can stack those up in the corner or leave them out loose. This requires that those ballots that are returned, when the voter says, hey, I got this in the mail, but I want to vote in person, just requires those to be kept separate, kind of like you described. The law doesn't speak to it.
It sounds to me like what you're doing is you're taking that ballot that they're surrendering, you're not canceling it, you're sending it to the early voting ballot board.
No, sir.
To look at. That's what it sounded like. But
Yeah,
maybe I
you
misread
yeah.
it.
No, thanks. Thanks for your testimony. We'll make sure it's clear. Any other questions, members? Very good. Thank you both for being here. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 1599? Anyone testifying on, for, or against Senate Bill 1599? Hearing none, public testimony is closed, and the bill is left pending at this time. All right. Thank you. Great. And Senators, we have motions in writing from Senator Menendez, Senator Perry, and Senator Zaffarani. Without objection, those will be adopted. Is there any other business to come before the Senate Committee on State Affairs? Seeing none, we thank the committee members and your staffs and our committee staff and all the witnesses, Sergeant at Arms, and all those helping to make this possible tonight. And we stand in recess up to the call of the chair. Good evening.